Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'll call back into open session this meeting of the Arlington Independent School District Board of Trustees for February 2nd, beginning at 7:20 p.m. Thank you all for coming out to be with us this evening. We will start our meeting with the opening ceremony, and please join Mr. McCullough in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now, if you would, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please silence your cell phones. First item on our agenda tonight is program or presentation. We have none. Appointments. We have none. Public hearing is next. Next, I will open the public hearing on the AEIS Academic Excellence Indicator System. Dr. Carter, you're on. Good evening.
President Barron, members of the board, Mr. McCullough, good evening. I'll be reviewing the Academic Excellence Indicator System from the board, from the state of Texas for 2010-2011. The overwhelming piece of the report, of course, is on student performance, but then there are some demographics and the student profile, staff profile, budget kind of information that Ms. Cindy Powell will be covering right after myself. So just getting right to it, Section 1 is on student performance, and what I'd like to do is remind people of the AIS student groups. There are 12 of them. There have been 12 for several years, but there's a little difference now. They've dropped the male-female gender in there, and now they have 2 Pacific Islander and 2 or more races as a group. This is under the new designation of ethnicities that was first introduced this past year. Now, of those groups, we have just the 5 that are part of the state accountability system, the all students, of course, African American, Hispanic, white, and economically disadvantaged. It's in the federal system, the AYP, that you have, in addition to those, special education and LEP, or limited English proficient students. Now, one of the things that's important is to understand that the AIS itself is the main accountability system for the state of Texas, and that the ratings systems are subsets of that overall, even though the AIS comes in much later. But you have the state rating system itself, and then you have the federal system, which is the AYP, and there's some overlap. But you notice that in this Venn diagram that the 2 rating systems are both subsets of AEIS. There's nothing that's in those rating systems that don't appear really in the, in the rating systems that don't appear in the AIS generally. Now, as usual, we give the 2-year comparisons. What that is, there's a huge number of comparisons year to year. It always gives 2 years of information, and there's probably like 1,000 some odd comparisons there in the report. But what we do is we like to take just the non-repeating comparisons, so that's by grade level, and then anything that is part of the accountability systems vis-a-vis the rating systems. So just those areas are what we look at. So there are 862 of them, and in 472 of these comparisons, Arlington showed improvement or maintained recognized level in 55%. 55% success rate, the 472 divided by the 862. You had asked last year about making comparisons with other districts, and the districts that have the closest demographics in terms of percentages are displayed here. So you have Aldine, Austin, El Paso, Fort Worth, Garland, Northeast, Northside, and Pasadena. And in this particular chart, bar chart, it's just the percent of indicators where Arlington exceeds other districts. So that's what those percentages mean with all those. Actually, it's looking at just the all students category against the same thing for these other districts. And there are 88 of those comparisons. So that gives you how Arlington did compared to each of those districts. And of course, the one that we were most successful against would be Fort Worth. Now, particular improvements that we had this year, grade 4 English, tax, mathematics, we had substantial and fairly consistent improvement across the board. With the grade 5 English tax reading, that was another one. The grade 7 tax, all areas, there are 3 tests that are given, but then you also have the all tests taken. And so in all those areas, grade 7 probably, of all the grade levels, probably showed the greatest improvement than any other grade. Grade 11 tax, it was on ELA and in social studies where we had the best improvement. In the reading on the vertical scale score, which is the best measure of growth than anything else, because it's based on an absolute scale going from one grade to the next of what achievement growth there is. And in reading, we did very well in. Tax M, the tax modified for special ed students. In mathematics, we did very well in improvement. And also with tax alt, that is the lowest level for the special ed students in tax. But probably the most important of all, as far as particular improvement, is the graduation rate. It was increased across the board with all 12 of the groups in the AIS system. Now, how did we did on those areas needing improvement to reach recognize? We didn't reach recognize, but we had those goals last year about filling in gaps. All we needed to just move, just fill that gap, and we would be recognized. So how did we do in those 6 areas? You have the trend chart for the first, African American, tax mathematics. We needed to reach 76%, but we flattened out 71 both years, 2010 and 2011. With the Hispanic students in mathematics needed to reach 78, we went up only 1 percentage point from 75 to 76. With tax math again, economically disadvantaged students, we needed to reach 78, and there we flattened from 75 to 75, so there was no particular improvement there. With the tax science, with the African American students needed to reach 76, we actually went down 1 percentage point. With the Hispanic students needed to reach 77%, but we went down 3 percentage points to 71. And lastly, the economically disadvantaged students needed to reach 77%, and we went down 2 percentage points to 71. Now, Ms. Cindy Powell will go over the district profile for you.
President Barron, board members, Mr. McCullough, good evening. Section 2 of the AEIS report is a district profile. It provides information on our staff, students, and our finances. And the staff and the student information in this particular section is actually captured on the last Friday in October of each year. It's called the PEAM snapshot date. Districts across the state take a snapshot of their student and staff information and submit it to TEA for this very purpose. So that's what you will find in Section 2. First, looking at demographic type information for students, you will see that in October of 2010, it's the date which this data was captured, we had 64,380 students in membership. That's a little bit different than enrollment. Membership is the count of students who generate state aid for us, students who attend our district more than 2 hours a day and are eligible to generate attendance for funding purposes. You can also see the ethnic distribution of our students compared to the state. And let me even back up and say that in this particular section of the report, what you see is on the left-hand side of the report itself, information on the individual district. And then information on the right-hand side of the report is for the state as a whole. And so what we're looking at here, the ethnic distribution for Arlington ISD, you can see, as Dr. Carter mentioned, there are the 2 new subgroups compared to the state. And you can see that our demographic makeup is somewhat different than the state. In terms of economically disadvantaged kids, these are the kids who qualify for free or reduced price meals in our district. 63% of our students qualify for free or reduced price lunches, again in October of 2010, and that is a higher percentage than the statewide average of 59%. Limited English proficient, 23% of our students are limited English proficient compared to a statewide average of about 17%, and then our at-risk population is slightly larger than the statewide totals. And I'll point out that on the at-risk percentages, we identify students as being at risk if they meet one of the state's 13 at-risk indicators. And one of those indicators is that a student is LEP, or limited English proficient. So the fact that, that we have a proportionally larger population of students who are LEP will also contribute to the some of the reason that you see our at-risk percentage being somewhat higher than the state. This pie chart simply shows a breakdown of our student population by ethnic group. Hispanic students make up the largest portion of our student population, followed then by African American and white subgroups. In terms of staff information, again, this comes from the October 2010 snapshot. In October of 2010, we had 8,176 staff members or employees. And in the AIS report, you can see a breakdown of how those employees are categorized. A little over 50% of our total employees are teachers, and that's very comparable to the statewide percentage. I'll also point out that 0.7% of our entire employee base is assigned to central administration. That is slightly less than the state total of 1%. Students per teacher, this is an indicator on the AEIS report, and it's a very simple math formula where they just take total enrollment divided by total teachers. It doesn't do anything by grade level at this particular point. We had 15.5 students per teacher, which is a larger average than statewide ratio. That indicates that we staff more tightly in total than other districts across the state. Our teachers generally have more experience, both total experience in all districts and also experience in our district compared to statewide totals. And then a point of particular importance is the instructional staff percentage. 67.5% of our entire employee base is assigned to jobs that particularly or specifically relate to classroom instruction, and that compares to 64% of the statewide total. On expenditures, in that report, in the AEIS report, for the individual district, the report presents general fund expenditures, and it presents expenditures for all funds, all fund sources. For the state, over on the right-hand side of the report, the only thing presented are the statewide totals for all funds. There's not a general fund presentation. So the comparison you see before you is our operating expenses per student for all funds compared to the state. The financial information that's in this particular report, the 1011 AEIS report, comes from the 2009-10 audited financial statements. And those are the most current statements that TEA has at the time they produced this report. So for all funds, in the 2009-10 fiscal year, we spent $8,141 per student compared to the statewide total of $8,800. We spend $661 less than the statewide total. And just to kind of put that in perspective, if we were spending that state average of $8,800 a student, we would have spent more than $41 million more in that year than we actually did spend. In terms of the individual functional categories, we spend less than the state in all but, I believe, 2 categories. Student services, we spend a slightly higher amount than the statewide average, in security. Central administration, we spend less in central administration, less than half of the statewide average per student on central administration. This particular slide takes that same information. It takes our operating expenses per student, and rather than looking at it in terms of dollars, it looks at the percentage distribution across the different functions. And so I think it's very important for us to point out that we spend a much larger percentage of our total budget, our total operating expenses on direct classroom instruction than the statewide average. We spend 62.3% of our operating expenses on classroom instruction compared to a statewide average of 58%. And then conversely, in central administration, we spend, again, less than half the statewide average. And finally, of note, one of the important ratios in this report in terms of finances is the instructional expenditure ratio. This is kind of like that instructional staff ratio we were looking at just a minute ago. They take the total dollars that you have that are specifically coded and geared towards classroom instruction and figure that as a percentage of all of your all of your operating expenses, and we spend 69% of our operating expenses on instructional purposes compared to a statewide average of 65%. And then in the particular year that was audited and reported in this particular AEIS report, and that's again the 9-10 year, 15.7% of our budget was in fund balance that year compared to a statewide total of 18.7%. With that, we will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
This is a public hearing, and I have no cards from the public. So I will close the public hearing and open the floor for any board members who have my questions for you. Okay. The public hearing is closed. Board members with questions? Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, President Barron. And I'm sorry, you guys might have already talked about this, but I got here a little bit late. When was this information available?
TEA released the 10-11 AEIS report at the very end of November, I believe it was.
Okay, well, I was just wondering why we're waiting so late, but it really has only been
right,
out.
and it came at the very tail end of November, and the data in that report really is dated by the time we get it. It's over a year old.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all I had. Thanks.
A couple of really quick ones. Generally, what classifies a student as LEP? How non-English speaking would a person be?
Limited English proficient, they are assessed through an LPAC committee and tested on their English literacy and speaking capabilities. I think to get any more specific than that, I would have to ask Dr. Cavazos to answer that question.
And while he's coming down, the 8,176 employees, does that include our grant employees also?
Yes, that will be all
So
employees.
that's everybody?
Right.
Okay. Even Dr. Cavazos? Good evening. So the question was, how does a student get to be LEP?
Based on a home language survey that they take, and they're questioned as they enroll in school as to the language of dominance that they speak at home or most comfortable with. and then they're tested, and if they qualify, they're LEP.
And are they automatically put into the ESL program?
The parents actually have a choice whether they want to participate in our bilingual program. They could deny the program, and then they would either select, well, if they deny the program, then they wouldn't be in there. And depending on their proficiency, they could qualify for ESL services and not bilingual services.
Okay. And pretty much the same question for at-risk. There are so many categories of at-risk.
Right.
Are
There are
some of
12,
them-
I think 13 indicators,
Some of
13
them-
indicators of at-risk.
Fairly obvious or off the wall or what?
If you've dropped out, if you've failed a grade level, you haven't passed your state mandated assessments, those kind of parenting, if you're parenting, those kind of indicators, there's 13 of them, and we go through a process to code them at risk based on those indicators.
Once a student is labeled at risk, are they ever labeled no longer at risk?
Every year they're recoded. Every year we go through the same identification system, if you will, for this purpose.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Pena?
Dr. Cavazos,
Yes.
in the bilingual ESL program, what are the different languages that are offered
For the bilingual program right now, it's Spanish language.
only?
Yes.
And if a parent, I know I've had parents tell me that they've been categorized as being, or being told they're being put into that program, and they've called and said they don't want their children in it. They do have that right to pull
Absolutely.
their child out, even not to have them in the ESL class.
That's correct. The parent has the ultimate right to deny the program and deny services. And then they would go into a regular classroom, non-bilingual, non-ESL classroom. And we do have parents who make that decision, who decide after testing and visiting the program or whatever the case may be, or maybe even before visiting the program, that make a decision not to participate in the program. What we do with those type of situations is we follow up and monitor to make sure the student's making progress and keep in contact with the parent to make sure they're receiving appropriate services.
How does this apply to the newcomer school?
Same thing. The Newcomer Center students are eligible to attend the Newcomer Center based on their language proficiency and their age and their grade level, but a parent can deny that service as well and enroll in the traditional high school or junior high.
And the numbers that show the disadvantaged family is pretty high, but isn't it a double count for some of the other categories? They're counted in two places, not just in the disadvantage.
For the purposes of reporting economic disadvantage, it's one category, and so can a student have different codings? Yes, but when you see the economic disadvantage numbers, those are pretty much unduplicated.
So they're only under there, they're not into any of the other categories as well?
Right, and they may be, they may be, but they're not represented in those numbers. So
Because the numbers don't total 100%.
correct.
As an example, a student may be economically disadvantaged, so they are counted in that category. They may also be bilingual and be LEP and counted in that category. Economically disadvantaged is not one of the 13 at-risk criteria. And so they would not be in that category, but they can be in multiple categories.
I just wanted it known so that the public knows the numbers are, when they're counted in the two locations, that's why the numbers won't equal 100%.
Correct.
I looked at it,
Right.
I think one of them said 115%.
Right, these are strictly, what you saw there were strictly the percentage of our total student population that are eligible or qualify or are coded to those particular indicators. And so there can be, kids can be in multiple categories.
I really already knew the answers to the questions. I just want to make sure the public understood what the numbers really meant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sullins?
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Barron. This is a bit of old news. I know that we've had some bad news, and when the way that the data is released from the state, it just keeps coming back and back and back. I want to just pause for a moment and thank everybody in this district who are working so diligently to turn this around. I appreciate their work. I do have one question. I think it might be for Dr. Carter. Dr. Carter, good evening.
Good evening.
When I look at the trend charts that you provided, and they're not relative or compared to any other district or state average. And I don't need this for this evening, but I would be interested in the areas that show a decline. For an example, all grades tested, Hispanic students showed a decline from 74 to 71%. I'd be interested to see what the state, how we compare to the state on that line. Is that data easy to put together, or is that asking for a large analysis?
Well, we have that information, yeah.
Okay.
It's readily available.
I don't need this evening, just,
Right, the problem is that sometimes we don't compare to the state by, as you look across all the districts in the state, and, our demographics may be different than the state. Economic disadvantage may be different from the state. So it's real, it's something that, I'm not sure that we're really comparable, but we can provide that
or if you have a
information.
different baseline, that would be fine too.
Okay.
I'm just looking for something to gauge the direction of the chart. If there's a different baseline that is comparison districts that are more like us, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Barron. And Ms. Sullins, we've had that type of information before where we have state and other district comparisons on these trending lines. So, yeah, I appreciate the district doing that. I think this is a Dr. Cavazos question. Regarding the LEP or ESL, do we have English immersion programs?
We have a bilingual program, and it's not
Bilingual.
an English immersion.
Have we ever had that before, or is that anything that the district's looked at or has data to support the
We-
utilization of that?
We've looked at it before. We have not had it before, but we've looked at it before and researched it. Research is very mixed on that type of
Right.
program in terms of results and outcomes. There's also the two-way bilingual program that has gained interest over the years and then has lost interest over the years as well for some of the same reasons. Fundamentally, without getting to a long, detailed explanation, but fundamentally, proficiency in the native language early yields a better transition to
Sure.
the English language earlier.
Sure.
The issue sometimes we have is difficulty becoming proficient even in the native language, and that's a whole different set of issues. But when you're very proficient in the native language, Spanish or any other language, the transfer to English is usually much more effective. So that's what the bilingual model, in essence, is built on. Other programs work for some students, but it, for the most part, boils back down to how proficient you are in your native language.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think looking at that percentage of 23.3%, tell me if I'm wrong, I would assume that has risen over
It has.
past years if we look at trends.
It has.
I would expect that to continue to rise over the next few years and then maybe start to plateau.
Right. And as students exit the program, and there's a different data set on that, and exiting the bilingual program and transitioning the ESL program, et cetera, all that's part of the limited English proficient.
Just think for overall achievement of our district, whatever we can do to get a handle on that, because it's going to be 25% of our student body
Absolutely,
potentially.
absolutely. And there's a lot of
impactful.
focus. Absolutely, there's a lot of focus on that area.
Yeah,
for
thank you.
improvement.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Cavazos.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Next item on the agenda is the open forum for agenda items. This is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for the open forum. I have 3 cards tonight from the audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You will have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. A yellow light will illuminate when there is 1 minute left for you to complete your presentation. When the red light comes on and the buzzer sounds, please end your presentation. First card tonight, first speaker is Mr. Larry Shaw from UEA. His subject is the MGT report.
Thank you, Mr. Barron, members of the board, Superintendent. I looked at the information that was just presented, and, you know, all the data shows that we were going down, and it's not that old. But the most glaring thing that we saw was that we are $661 less than what the state spends. And as said by Cindy, that would be $41 million that we need to make up. The bad thing is that we had a tremendous cut in support personnel this past year. And I'm talking about counselors and assistant principals and folks like that. And as a result, we're not sure we're going in the right direction, and we're not sure that we're going to make up that territory. According to the MGT report that you're looking at tonight, the section that you're looking at, it comes forth and it calls for reducing nurses, counselors, librarians to half a unit per school, or that they would share. I have to tell you, those folks are just hanging on by their fingernails, especially the elementary counselors. I don't know if you realize it, but they spend almost 72 days in preparing or giving tests in this district. And unfortunately, the kids don't stop having the problems that they have just because the tests have to be given. We still have RTIs, we still have ARDs, parents still split up, and kids come to school with emotional crisis. The teachers now are so busy that they can't possibly work with them the way they should. And now we cut our counselors in the elementary schools to half a counselor per school, our nurses to half a nurse per school, and then we reduce our administrators. We have no support, basically. One of the plans calls for cutting the assistant principals at Seguin, for example, from 6 to 3. What we're dealing with is a district now that's starting to go downward, not upward. And we've got to change that. We can do better than that. And if it takes a tax ratification election to get it done, then let's get it done. Because I think the people in Arlington want a quality education, a first-class education, and they're willing to pay the money to get it done because we're not talking about that much. But I have to tell you, with every breath I breathe, you cannot cut those elementary counselors down to a half a counselor per building. You cannot cut the assistant principals down. They are just hanging on now with what they have. We can't go that way. Please don't do that. Now, on some good news, I have to tell you, that, or I'd like to tell you, that copiers in the high schools are a big success. Jessica was going to speak to you about that, but she doesn't want to stay here to 12 o'clock at night to tell you how good it is at the high schools and how it is. She's probably told me she's saving about 6 hours a week just in that. And the people you're hiring are quality people, and they're working with the teachers. Guys, we can do this. We don't have to keep cutting. If we have to go for the tax ratification election, let's do it. We're there with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Next card is from Leslie Langford regarding the report card committee report card. Ms. Langford, good evening.
Hey, left. President Barron, members of the school board. My name is Leslie Langford. I teach first grade at Sherrod Elementary. I was privileged this year to be a part of the first grade report card committee, and I just wanted to tell you kind of how that process went. I felt very included in the writing of this report card. I represented not only my team on my campus, but I was also assigned to several other campuses. And so I was in contact with about 16 other first grade teachers. Ms. Williams split us up and gave each of us other campuses within our cluster to represent. The people that we worked with, Ms. Williams, the instructional facilitators that we worked with, the curriculum specialists, they were all very willing to listen to the input from the first grade teachers as well as kindergarten and pre-K across the district. They worked very well with us on adding things, taking things away. And so I just wanted to convey to you that this report card has been written with a consensus from first grade teachers from the entire district that this is a good report card and that it's something that we can work with as teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final card is Donna Griffin. Oh, it's about the first grade report card. Good
Yes,
evening, Ms.
sir.
Griffin.
Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand here before you. My name is Donna Griffin, and I teach first grade at Thornton Elementary. I've been privileged to be a teacher in Arlington this is my 17th year now, and it's been such an amazing experience to work with so many wonderful people around this district. This year, I've had an equally exciting experience working on the report card committee. I also have been a representative for several other teachers in the district and have had an incredible experience working with Ms. Williams and the other teachers, the curriculum staff. I have just been amazed at this process of consensus building. It has really been a wonderful process. I'll be honest with you, I came into the committee very adamant that we needed to stay with 12-week marking periods. And that was what the people that I was representing, that's what they said, is that we want to stay with 12 weeks. It's too much for us to do anything else. Well, I got to this committee, and we went all the way around the room, and everybody shared their ideas. And I began thinking, that's interesting. And then we began looking through the report card and going line by line, item through item, considering in what 6 weeks would we even begin marking that particular skill? And I was like, oh, well, maybe this is doable. And then we began talking about what will we provide for the teachers in the way of tools so that they can be successful. And we began working through this rubric. And again, I thought, if I knew that in this first 6 weeks for retelling stories, all I had to look at was can the child tell something about a story read aloud? Or can the child not tell something about a story read aloud? If they can't, mark 1. If they can, mark a 2. And I have about 6 or 7, 8 items in language arts to mark. All of a sudden, I can do this. And now I can go back to my teachers and say, yeah, not only are you not going to have to mark everything, but you even have some tools to help you. This has been amazing, and I'll be honest with you, I've had a huge paradigm shift over the last 3 months. And I not only can live with 6-week marking periods, I absolutely support and am proud to be a great defender of moving to 6-week marking periods to give our parents more frequent feedback, to force me to make sure I know where my children are in a shorter period of time. I'm very excited about the progress that we've made. I'm very excited about the tools we're looking at providing for our teachers through the rubrics, the teacher's guide, the training, providing trainer of trainers so that it's not just a one-shot training, but ongoing so that we can all be successful. I think the report card is a great move. We're heading in the right direction, both for our children and for our families and for our teachers, to make sure we're working smarter, not harder, for the children of Arlington. Thank you so much for your support and for the opportunity to be here tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. We appreciate it. I tell you, okay, that takes us to our action items, and I could never be an elementary teacher. I am not, I'm sorry, folks, but I am just not that bubbly. Thank you. First action item is to consider the TASB Board Policy 91. I'll go right to Ms. Castillo.
Good evening. I was about to say I hate to have to follow that kind of energy. I'm going to talk about policy, and I'm going to try to do this fast. Okay. Last board meeting we had this as a discussion item, and there were some questions raised, and I thought I would just go through those one at a time. I have 5 things to address. As far as CV local goes, the question was, and I've handed a CV local red line to you at each of your chairs. On CV local, the question was, the language that we had in our policy local didn't really reflect what our current practice was, which is once a construction project is completed, then the final sign-off and acceptance, it said, was to come to the board, and that's just, after administration reviewed it, and that was Dr. Reich's question, it's just not practical. Ms. Powell and Mr. Carlisle went back and did some research, looked at other districts' policies, and this is the suggested language that we've come up with, is that rather than having the board accept the work, it'll be accepted by the superintendent or designee, and this came from Sci-Fair. There were a couple of other districts that had policy that was still more nebulous. It would be accepted by the district, but we liked this better, that it would be superintendent or designee, which is what our current practice is anyway. So that is, and the suggestion was also made to align in that 1, 2, 3rd paragraph the dollar threshold amount from 10,000 to 50. So it's 50 in both 50,000 in both places. So that's what administration is recommending for final version for CV local. There was a question about DFBB local in update 91, and it was a good question. TASB's suggested change to that local policy was that to give the administration more flexibility, the textbook committee could have others besides professional staff on that committee, but after it was reviewed by Dr. Cavazos and Karen Hill, Dr. Reich's question was, what would be the benefit of having non-professional staff on that committee? And we really couldn't think of one. So we would like to leave that language alone. So TASB's suggestion about making it broader, the recommendation is that we leave it the way it is, where it's all professional staff, and then the majority have to be classroom teachers. So that would just stay the same. Okay, on EFAA local, no, wait, I'm sorry, I had it backwards. I was talking about EFAA. Let's go back to DFBB local. On that one, Dr. Reich had a question about, there's a paragraph that talks about when the recommendation is made from administration for a termination, and then the recommendation from the superintendent, that there was a contradiction there, and that I do need to come back to that and ask what did you think about that, or what kind of change would you want to make? So I wasn't sure, we talked about it, but we weren't sure what the contradiction was. Is that, yeah, go ahead.
Put me on the spot there, Ms.
I'm
Castillo.
sorry, let me get my notebook too.
No.
Or if you want to look at that one, I can go on to the next one while you refresh your memory.
Well, in looking this over, I don't have specific notes on it. I believe the question that I had was the recommendation for proposed non-renewal shall be supported by any relevant documentation. I believe the and then the second paragraph was that proposed non-renewal, the board may request supporting documentation. I believe what I don't have written here was in the old version, let me look at the red line copy, the old version of the policy, there was specifics that there would be documentation automatically in the file, basically, to support that versus it just being available to find if it exists. It seems like the new policy language is a little bit more arbitrary.
Okay, let's see.
I apologize, I don't have any more specific notes on that right now.
Let's see.
And we can go on to the others and come back to it.
Okay. FO local, that was the one where the question was raised. TASB is saying delete these two paragraphs from your policy if that language is currently in the Student Code of Conduct. It had to do with detention and notice to parents if you're going to detain a kid after school. Of course, our practice and policy already is we do that, but Mr. Walker and his staff looked at the student code of conduct. It's not in there, so my recommendation at this time is to leave it in the policy. They're working on the new revisions to the student code of conduct, and we can decide then whether, I mean, we can add it to the student code of conduct, take it out of the policy later, or just leave it in both. It needs to stay in the policy for now. So that's another TASB recommendation that we're not going to accept. And the last is a question that was on DH local, and that was the one that was just our local update. And the question was on the first page of DH local under electronic media and use with students. The second item was circumstances under which an employee may use text messaging to communicate with students. And the question was, well, why is it just limited to text messages? Why doesn't it also talk about email, et cetera? Went back and looked at the explanatory notes, and then what this ties in with is the TASB model employee handbook. And big distinctions are made between emails or other kinds of communication and text messages. And in the employee handbook, I think because of the special nature of text messaging and being able to retrieve those things or see those things when a teacher may be texting with a student, that texts are treated specially in that, and it's in the handbook, that employees may use any form of electronic media except text messaging, and the only employees that are specifically authorized to use text messaging are teachers, trainers, or other employees who have an extracurricular duty that may use text messaging, and then only to communicate with students or participate in extracurricular activities over which the employee has responsibility. So that's, rather than broaden that number 2 in the policy to something beyond text messages, my recommendation is, and the reason it's not broader is because of the specific directives and instructions in the employee handbook about text messages being special. Does that make sense? There are still rules, and they're in the employee handbook about emails and electronic media, Facebook, all those social networking things. But as far as text messages, they're treated specially, and only certain employees can use them with students. And those are the changes, revisions from the discussion. And so the recommendation is to, with the recommendations I've just made tonight and those changes, to accept the update 91, 92, and DH as presented.
I need a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. Oh,
Motion by Mrs. Pena, second by Mr. Hibbs. Is there any further discussion? One more.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the DFBB. I believe one of the things that struck me was the change in language was that an administrator's recommendation for non-renewal shall be accompanied by copies of all pertinent information necessary for the decision to recommend the proposed non-renewal, versus shall be supported by any relevant documentation, which is the new proposal. It shall be supported by any relevant documentation. I guess that's essentially just wordsmithing. It's just cleaning up the language, but it means the exact same thing, or not, as far as from a legal perspective?
I think it's just TASB wordsmithing.
Okay.
It means the same thing to me, and I know
Okay.
the process that we use
Good.
is, we're never going to get to this point without having had multiple meetings with documents, and we'll have that documentation, and then of course when it comes to the superintendent, he wants to see it, and then certainly, but if it comes to the board, you request it, and it better be there.
Okay. Well, I think that was the main thing that I had on that. So I really appreciate going through all this stuff and coming up with the recommended changes. And regarding the texting, I have no problem with it, just as long as through other policy, we still have our legal recourse through the employee handbook, as you stated, with the other forms of media, because I think, right now texting is in there, but we're going to go to sleep and wake up and there's going to be some different avenue besides texting. So I just see this being very quickly an antiquated wording and policy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Please vote. All present and voting in the affirmative, the update passes. Thank you, Mrs. Castillo. Next item on the agenda is to consider the potential uses for the 600 New York Avenue property. Mr. McCullough.
The last board meeting, we brought a discussion item, 600 New York Avenue, which is adjacent to Berry Elementary School. It's a piece of property that we own. The city owns the building that's on there. The building is empty now, and we've been working with the city to work out a possible use of the facility. And we had a discussion on this last time, and we're bringing it back tonight as a recommendation, and Dr. Cavazos will make the presentation. So.
President Barron, members of the board, Mr. McCullough, this evening we'd like to review the program that we presented on 600 New York last time, and also bring an update on the questions you had and seek your approval for this program to move forward. And I won't go through all this detail. You had this last time and we discussed it at length, but the background of the building, as Mr. McCullough mentioned, was a building that was built by the city through grant money, and a community agency was running that facility as part of the grant requirements, and they vacated that property. The property actually belongs to us. They vacated the building, and so we've been looking for some time for a partnership opportunity to use the facility in an area where we can provide some services to students and improve some performance. The program designed, as we discussed last board meeting, includes providing students opportunities to regain their credits, providing students to accelerate their credit accrual at the high school level, elective courses, GED preparation courses, ESL classes, even in some cases pre-kinder and childcare classes, and computer lab services, social services, etc. And that this would be the beginning of other partnerships with higher education as well at this facility, mostly to serve students who are out of school who have dropped out. And we talked about last time of that program design, and questions came regarding the number of students we would serve. And so on 2011-2012, the students that we're serving in a similar type of service delivery is about 350 students through tax tutoring, and that's tutoring for students who have met the graduation requirements but have not passed their tax test. And that's what they need to graduate. So they come back for tutoring, and then they take the test, and hopefully in some cases, or many cases, they pass. Credit recovery, approximately 200 students that we serve already currently. So we looked at the projected service numbers for 12-13, just a year at a time, knowing that this program, based on state requirements and changes, et cetera, we would continue to evolve this program. But we want to make sure that we started with a population that we know needs service. And so we looked at serving approximately 575 students. The big change there would be overage in school credit acceleration. And basically it's for students who are overage, can come to the facility their own time after school, in the evenings and the weekends, and obtain credit. And that's the name of the game, as you all know, as students move on into high school, is obtaining credit. And if they don't obtain credit and fall behind, then their chances of graduation are get slimmer and slimmer. So that's dealing with the numbers of how many we would serve. It's just as a reminder, the facility is approximately 9,400 square feet. It has an office suite and different areas that we can redesign for classroom space. Renovations of the building or the facility include replacing the roof and the HVAC, and we talked about that last time as well, the parking lot and different remodeling internally in the building, to create classrooms and classroom spaces for students. And we discussed this as well in the previous board meeting. The renovation budget, the budget to provide these renovations is approximately $1.2 million. And a large portion of that would come from our Title I carryover money, including a CDBG grant that the city has committed to providing for this purpose. And also a Crossroads Grants carryover, money that's available for this type of project. And so we had some discussion last time about, well, you know, this money, is that a good use of this money? And in essence, carryover money for Title I or Crossroads or things like that. These are the types of systems or programs that you want to invest in to make sure that, that you use them for something that's expanding the reach to help students. So last time we also mentioned the operation budget, including the salaries of teachers, and this is the portion of the budget where we would have some recurring costs and things like that. There are some already existing in-kind or existing funding that for salaries, for example, people are already in these positions. So if you look down, just as a reminder, the existing positions include our director of dropout, our coordinator, our social worker, secretary, etc. And then the new positions, we talked last time about 4 teachers, starting off with 4 teachers. We've gone back and looked at that and tightened up the numbers that we would serve and how many we would really need to begin the program. And we revised that to 3 teachers. We've also looked at the extra duty pay for teachers, and we've reduced that as well. And so what you see now is a new revised estimate for our operation budget. And the additional funding required is $402,000, approximately $402,000 of additional funding. And so the board was interested in knowing, all right, where would we obtain that kind of money for those kind of recurring costs? And so we've identified, in working with the finance department, and every year we get a new allocation for state compensatory education, and that's based on our at-risk numbers and economic disadvantage, I should say. And so we do have an increased state allotment for that program, comp ed money, and so we would dedicate some of that increased allotment for this purpose and hiring of those teachers. And that's absolutely what that funding and that money should be used for, is for at-risk students. And you heard our presentation about our at-risk numbers and economic disadvantage numbers increasing. And as a reminder, the work plan timeline is that we would like a decision in February today so that we can allow for architectural services to be selected and construction documents prepared, et cetera, and so that we can complete the project by September 30th. A lot of this money, the carryover money, has that deadline that you must use the money by then. So it's a pretty accelerated timeline, and we discussed that last time, and Mr. Carlisle has assured us that this is a workable timeline as long as we move on it. And so the next steps, this is a new slide, next steps is to issue that RFQ for architectural services based on your approval. And then a consideration that in meeting with Cindy and Ms. Powell and Mr. Carlisle is to consider delegating the authority to Mr. McCullough to negotiate the contract for architecture services so that the design work can begin as soon as possible. And that's a little different, but we have been in situations, as Ms. Powell has indicated, where that authority has been delegated to the superintendent so that we don't have to wait for the next board meeting. And that'll help ensure the timely completion of the renovations before the federal grant money timeline expires. And so these are just next steps as we see them for this project.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion.
Is there any questions?
Scott? I move that the board approve.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, finally. I move that the board approve moving forward on the 600 New York property. Furthermore, that the board grant the superintendent authority to execute a contract for architectural services so that the design work can be begin as soon as possible.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? I have a couple of questions before I go to the rest of the board. Will the city retain any ownership of any part of this?
The city will deed the ownership to the district, is my understanding that that's what they've committed to. that they would transfer this ownership to us.
And would we be able to run any sort of summer school recovery program
We could, yes.
in this facility in lieu of, say, in an elementary school or a junior high?
Potentially a junior high. I see that more of a possibility, or extended services for other students, absolutely, this summer, yes.
Okay. Dr. Rice, you're first.
Thank you, President Barron. Thank you for the information, Dr. Cavazos, and especially on the thoughts on how to cover the recurring costs is one of the things that we had asked last week, or last meeting. This is obviously a great win-win for the district, and I'm very excited that we're going to be moving forward with this, assuming our positive vote here in a few minutes. On the comp ed allotment increase, will that cover the entire $403 or so thousand?
It will.
Think? It will.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's excellent. Well, I really appreciate it. That's all I had.
Mr. Pomp, I think you're next.
Thank you, President Barron. Dr. Cavazos, back in the program design, one of the items that you aligned was, identified was pre-K and child care. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you see occurring there?
That's correct. We have a potential use of that facility. Let's start with the child care. The child care for students who are parents, and so they bring their children to a facility so that they can obtain credit. We provide the child care service so the parents can basically go to school and obtain their credit. Pre-kinder is really further out into the future. We have community-based pre-kinders, and so we have an existing type model where we run a pre-K classroom at a daycare, for example. And so this model is looking further out where we could potentially run one of those in the facility as well. We have teachers, pre-K teachers, and in some cases where the staffing allows it, we could assign a pre-K teacher to that. Remember, pre-K is a half-day program. So it's a good use and efficient use of staff if there is, for some reason, a surplus staff member for pre-K that we could use in this facility. So it's just kind of looking out a little bit. And it's also, as serving pre-K students, you know, they become our students, and we can use our curriculum and things like that earlier on.
And I'm guessing that the design of this building will take that into account, that it needs to be flexible so that they could do certain things now, and then maybe a little bit later in the future, change it up somewhat and serve a different, maybe a little different population. Because what I noticed is that we were initially talking about mainly high school services, and then we made a huge jump to pre-K and childcare.
Right, and yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it was mostly the students that had children.
Okay.
Mostly serving that population.
Mm-hmm. And this may be part of our strategy to reduce some of the overcrowding that we have in East Arlington that we know eventually we absolutely have to deal with. And so this may just be another resource for us.
Yeah. And I would say that the other things to connect to this and looking a little longer into the future is reducing some of our remediation classes at the high school level and at the junior high level. The more we can provide students opportunities to accelerate, and many times students are willing to go to those acceleration classes, but at their own pace and their own schedule. And this is strategically located where we have a lot of need. And so we feel that we can attract students to come in a positive sense and to come and accelerate your performance and obtain more credits versus always working on trying to recover and catch up.
Okay. On the operational budget, reduce the number of teachers. Now, reduce extra duty pay. Does that mean you're just going to pay them less than you thought you were going to pay them before, or what do you mean by that?
No, we wouldn't think of doing that.
Okay.
We would.
Okay, because I mean Dallas just had a big.
We'll be very clear with this answer here. So, no, it's simply reducing the budget we have for extra duty. We wouldn't need as many. Teachers.
Okay, so you're not saying, hey, we were going to pay you this much, but instead we're going to pay you.
No, we want this to be very positive.
Okay, good. I'm glad. And the increased state allotment. So this is money that we don't have now that we expect to get next year.
That's correct.
Additional money. And can we count on this year after year so that we can say, okay, we're going to put this program, I mean, if we're going to spend all this money here, $1.6 something $1 million, I want to know that we're going to be able to sustain this project longer than maybe 1 or 2 years, that, you know,
Right.
we're going to get a good return on our investment, and so we're going to be able to do this for 5, 10 years.
Yeah.
So can we expect that the money will cover it for?
Yes, our comp ed allotment has been on a pretty steady increase because of our numbers, and you saw that from the AIS. As those numbers increase, the state allotment increases.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, President Barron. Relying on state funding, Mr. Pompa, that's always, it being consistent. Dr. Cavazos, that's a bold thing to say, because I don't think anything the state's doing is consistent with our funding. But Dr. Cavazos, I think this program is essential. I think our dropout prevention needs this, needs to be together. This is something that needs to be done, and it's in a high-need area, which is critical for our students. The question I have on this building, for example, in a meeting we were at today, one of the recommendations came that truancy officers should be near our dropout prevention program. Is this building going to be modular enough that we can make those type of adjustments?
Yes, we can make those type of adjustments to house different staff members based on the need, the most current need, and it's, again, strategically located where we can design it to house the people we need to be housed there.
Okay, thank you. And I think, you know, even with the state comp ed, if that somehow changes, we can scale back to meet the adjustment on that, or until we find funding in other sources, revenue. But even with the current program the way it is, I think the building's essential. My question I have on this, I'm for the program. My question is the funding source.
Okay.
Is the use of Title I funds, and I ask this kind of Dr. Cavazos to the rest of my colleagues, is the use of the Title I rollover funds the proper use for a building, for a renovation? Or should that be a piece of a bond, a correction we make, and use that through a bond funding, and use those Title I funds, those rollover funds, for programs that our dropout prevention is not able to do, not able to tackle and go after? Dr. Cavazos, with that, I would kind of open it up to my colleagues, but also say, if that wasn't used, if the Title I funds weren't used, what else would they be used for?
Okay. Well, let me address kind of two parts of that. One is that the Title I money is supplementary in nature. So if we think of Title I money and using it for other things, there's several standards that need to be met, but the most basic one is it has to be supplemental. So it has to
something
be,
we're not currently doing.
correct, above and beyond. And then as you start getting into the school level, it has to be on the Title I schools. And so you start paring down where you can use the money. You have to use them in Title I campuses. And as an example, when you have a district-wide type of a Title I initiative such as this, it's allowable because the majority of your students you're serving is in that area. And in that area, Sam Houston High School is a Title I school. So you're close to the source and you're using it in a district initiative. So let me put it a different way. If we want to put something, use Title I money for every high school at their building, we couldn't do it because they're not Title I schools. And so that's the limitation. So in a way, it allows the flexibility for this type of a program, but once you start going actually to the school level, you're restricted by it has to be a Title I school. And then you have to serve the title, without getting into too much complexity here, you have to serve the Title I schools in a scaled system. So the more economic disadvantaged students you have, the more money that Title I school has to receive, a greater percentage of it. So it starts diluting that money if we give it to the school level, and then you can't use it for the other 5 high schools, as an example, if you go to the school building level. So that's just one way of looking at the Title I money. What we would use the money if we didn't have to use it for this, or we didn't use it for this. Our best estimate right now, and of course we wait till we get the new Title I allotment, et cetera, but our best guess right now is that we'd want to keep it for another initiative. We wouldn't want to necessarily spread that money out as more money for Title I schools and things like that. We want to try to carry some of that over for other initiatives. And so you say, well, how do you carry it over? I think, Dr. Rice, you mentioned this last time, is pay for some of the existing Title I cost to free up some future Title I money. Would be one way to carry it over. So basically carryover is for a purpose that's innovative and helps the Title I situation.
And so, Dr. Cavazos, let me get this right. So if we open a program using Title I funds right here, well, let's say a dropout student is from Martin High School, a non-Title I, but they've dropped out and they come over to this program. Is that still an appropriate use of the funds?
If you have a district-wide supplemental program that most of the students you're going to serve is Title, that's okay.
That's okay.
But when you get to a school level where it's not a Title I school.
Because it's district-wide, it's not at a
Right.
campus level.
Right, you have somewhat.
Even though we're servicing the entire, all campuses.
That's correct. But
It's
our,
based out of this program.
yeah, our predicted majority of the students are going to come from that area. That's why it's strategically located.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Costos.
Mr. Hibbs?
Mr. Hogg, you hit on the same points that I was asking on last week or 2 weeks ago when we had this last discussion, because I was wondering if Title I would be the right amount, and actually I was the one that asked about the carryover
I'm
money.
sorry,
That's
I
right.
identified the
He
wrong
gets credit
person.
for everything because
Okay,
he talks
Mr.
more
Hibbs
than I
had
do.
that question last time, and so I want to make that clear.
There you go. Thank you. It's only because he talks more than I do. So the excess monies, you feel this is the right purpose for, because otherwise we'd be carrying them over.
We would be carrying it over strategically for another initiative, is what we've discussed. And what would that other initiative be? Something like this that comes up that we would want to serve Title I?
Because I am, the question that Mr. Hogg asked is, I'm in the same agreement. Should we be building or refurbishing buildings for that purpose? If these dollars are available and they can be used to that purpose, it's going to be money that would otherwise go away, or we'd have to carry it over to a different point. I'm comfortable with that. A question that I would have here, and I know that Bob Carlisle figures the nuts and bolts pretty close. With this $1,200,000, that includes the architectural services?
Mr. Carlisle? Or
Yes, that estimate includes architectural services.
Okay, so one of the questions that a board member had was that in my second part of the motion, I was saying that it would be appropriate to move for the superintendent to go into a contractual agreement with the architect. So this number that we're looking at, the $1,235,000, is what we feel is the total amount, and if it exceeds that amount, it would come back to the board?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to clarify, and I'm good with it. I would really encourage my other board members to move yes on this one.
Mrs. Sullins?
Thank you, President Barron. Another question on the Title I funding source. These services are provided to students now. They'll be consolidated into a new building, and we hopefully be able to expand to more students. My question is, we incur costs for their facilities today. Do we charge that facility cost to Title I? Or do we say like the office space that the programs are in today?
Right.
Does their office space charge to Title I? Like if they're in a leased space, would you charge that to Title I? Because if I'm going to build something and charge it to Title I, I would assume that.
Well, and I just want to clarify that we're renovating. We're not
Okay.
building for using Title I, we're renovating. And that's different because if you, and I brought the expert, Carol Hagler, I was hoping she was here.
That seems like a subtle difference. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, because and we've gone through this discussion, if you buy a temporary building using Title I money, then it needs to be used for Title I purposes, for example. Or if you build something using Title I money, it's for Title I purposes. When you renovate and there's other funding sources that are in there, you have a little bit more flexibility.
Okay. Another question. This former Girls Inc. building's right at C.B. Berry, right? Is C.B. Berry overcrowded?
I think slightly, but slightly. I don't think it's one of the.
They have some temporary buildings there. So. All right, thank you.
And let me make sure that, Carol, did you want to add anything to the use of Title I carryover? Make sure we're clear that on the,
Well, I think the question was if the office that's moving into this renovated building was in a facility that was funded with Title I, does that money shift to the new building?
The way I look at it,
Thank you.
the way I look at it, for number one, you cannot do construction from the ground up with Title I funds. We can do renovations for a program. One of the great needs under Title I and federal accountability is dropout prevention, and especially at our Title I campuses. The location of that puts us right smack in the middle of lots of Title I campuses. The program that's actually going to be there is funded out of state comp ed, which opens up the possibility of serving kids from other schools. Did that answer the question?
No.
What is?
The question was, we have people currently in offices right now. Are those office spaces being paid for with Title I funds?
No, they are not.
Only the people?
not
even the people?
In the case of the, don't go too far. In the case of the dropout prevention and the people that, let me make it real clear, on the people that we have identified existing positions, those are not Title I funded individuals currently.
Then the question doesn't count because there's nobody moving. Okay, thank you. Wait a minute, Mrs. Pena.
Would you say that Barry was not overcrowded?
I think we said that it's a little bit over its capacity, and I can't tell you exactly how much, but I think it is slightly over its capacity.
Because it's not on our recommended elementary schools close to transfers.
They may have some specific grades where there are individual.
Well, we won't know the
Right.
specific grades. As far as just being able to close down the whole school to transfers, we have a lot of schools that will have openings per grade level. But, you know, a school like Atherton that we know is just tremendously overcrowded, we close that. A school like John's. But there'll be some openings that kids could transfer in by grade level.
Okay, and I know that's another topic on the agenda, so I guess when we get there, I'll ask that question again.
Please vote. All voting in the affirmative. Congratulations.
Mr. Brand, I want to thank the board for this vote. I think it's going to be vital to our community. I think it's a good collaboration between the city and us, and I think it's going to serve a lot of kids. So very appreciate the vote tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Hagan. Next item on the agenda is to consider all matters incident and related to the issuance and sale of the Arlington Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds Series 2012. Ms. Powell, you're on.
President Barron, board members, Mr. McCullough, good evening. We are very pleased this evening to come to you and report on our 2012 bond sale. This is one of the incremental sales that was authorized through the 2009 bond package. And we have with us this evening George Williford, Senior Vice President with First Southwest, to share with us the information regarding the sale. Mr. Williford.
Mr. Barron, Mr. McCullough, and members of the board, pleasure to be before you. For the record, I am George Williford with First Southwest Company, and I'd like to report on the pricing results and process for the bond issue that is subject for approval by the board this evening. There was a book distributed to the members of the board which contains information summarizing that. And I'll try to hit the key points and then answer any questions you might have. Of course, this bond issue qualified for permanent school fund guarantee by the state, and that means that it'll have AAA rating assigned to it. Importantly, the district had its underlying ratings of AA by Standard & Poor's and AA1
by Moody's affirmed, and this issue funded $27.63 million of overall project proceeds. That's comprised of $12.6 million technology, $1.6 million for arts and flooring, $2.65 for transportation, and then $10.7 for longer-term facilities. The actual par amount, as is shown, is $24.885 million, and that's the issue size that the board would be approving. The reason that's less than the proceeds is that there was a considerable amount, $2 million plus of premium dollars generated that downsizes the actual amount of bonds in face value that are needed. What's important, I know, to the board and hopefully to the public is the interest rate that the pricing achieved, the effective rate, is 2.723%, and that is extremely low. The ultimate, even though a lot of the maturities are relatively short, but the ultimate maturity is 25 years, and to have a 25-year overall repayment that's under 3% is more or less unheard of, extremely low. I think I've shared that the bond buyer index, which is what we use in our industry as a go-by, it's a weekly index that is put out, hit an all-time or 45-year its history low 2 weeks ago, and so that's indicative of the market that this issue was offered in. And as comparability, last May the district sold an issue a little larger, but it was structured very similarly as far as average life and so on. And the effective rate for that issue was 4.147 or 4.15% rounded, and that just shows how much lower and how favorable an interest rate environment and this issue achieved. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions, and also Jeff Gulbis with McCall Parkhurst, to the extent there may be a question as far as the legal proceedings for approval and authorization. He's here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wolford. We appreciate the good news. Hold on. Mrs. Sullins.
Thank you. A quick question I meant to ask earlier this evening. Thank you, Mr. Williford, for being here this evening. In the materials that you gave us under tab 1, page 2, there is a schedule that shows coupon rates varying from 2% to 5% to 3.25% to 3.5%, and I visited just very shortly. I was trying to understand what's causing that variation.
Okay. If I might then turn you to the next page, which is labeled
that
bond,
happens sometimes.
Bond pricing.
One that says explanation.
And this is getting into kind of the technicalities of how bonds actually are priced. There's a column more so in the middle of the page that you'll see is labeled yield.
Yes.
Starts at 0.46%, goes to 3.63 in the end. That's the yield that investors actually realize or receive. The column to the right, or left of that titled rate, that's the coupon interest rates that investors will be receiving on the amount of dollars that they paid. And if that rate is higher than the yield, it means they had to pay a premium. Or more than 100% of the face value to buy that bond. If it's lower, it'd be just the other, like the longest maturity actually had slight discount pricing associated with it. So all of the coupon versus yield is what resulted in on page 1, and I'm not going to have you flip back, but I'll just reference the 3.079 total premium dollars. And the reason those kind of are all over the board is it's a matter of what type of investors had an interest in bonds at any given maturity and what kind of coupon they really were looking for. And it has to do with accounting and tax treatment on their end. So that's why it's not maybe as smoothly ascending, you know, from 2 to 5 and so on. But what's most important as far as the market is the yield, and you'll see that does go, you know, in an ascending pattern and so on. And the couponing just determined whether they were paying discount, par, or premium prices.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolford. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I need a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is that easy enough? Yeah.
Motion by Mrs. Sullins, second by Mrs. Pena to approve the motion as the agenda item as provided by the superintendent. There. Any further discussion? Please vote. All voting in the affirmative, motion passes. We're going to jump an item here because we have some folks that have to get to bed early. We're going over to discussion item B, Board Policy EIA Local Academic Achievement Grading Progress Reports to Parents. I imagine that's the elementary report card. Dr. Cavazos. And I'll just note that last year when we looked at this report card, we were all horrified at how complicated it was. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we asked the superintendent and staff to come back with a report card that was better.
That's correct.
Thank you. Dr. Cavazos, you're on.
Okay. This evening, we'd like the board to consider the policy EIA, Academic Achievement Grading Progress Reports to Parents. And this is the policy that sets the framework for our report cards. And so, just preface this presentation by saying that this is some of the most important work that's happened really this year with alignment of teaching and instruction and alignment of standards for this very critical years for students, the pre-K 3, pre-K 4, kinder, grade 1, and grade 2. Those are very important fundamental years for students, and we serve a large number of students in those grade levels. And so this work has been very informative for our teachers and also has allowed them to calibrate the curriculum and provide the best service for students. And so the process is what we're going to discuss tonight, as well as our policy. So starting with the purpose of the revisions, why are we even doing this to begin with? For a number of reasons. One is to better align our pre-K guidelines and our essential knowledge and skills. And as we better align those guidelines and essential knowledge and skills at these grade levels, it makes that transition that much more effective. To improve our communication with parents regarding a child's progress or their child's progress and performance. The frequency of communication with parents is increasing as a result of these revisions. Improve vertical alignment with report cards. What you expect from grade level to grade level is better aligned with these revisions that we're proposing tonight. Alignment with curriculum standards. As we move into new curriculum standards with the state, as STAR testing and things like that, the rigor has to go down to all grade levels. And so as you know that STAR testing begins in the 3rd grade, but pre-kinder 3, pre-kinder 4, kinder 1st and 2nd are critical to the success of students at 3rd grade. And we know that, and we understand that, and that's something that I think we should recognize often, that it's the work that's done in those grade levels that yields a performance in 3rd grade. So just in general, what are the proposed changes? Is to separate, to have separate report cards for pre-K 3 and 4. Currently, we have a combined report card. If you're a 3-year-old in a pre-K program, you get the same report card that the 4-year-old obtains. The frequency of reporting periods for kindergarten and grade 1 will move, or we recommend it moves from every 12 weeks to every 6 weeks and align it with the other grade levels. We've done a lot of work with the teachers to make sure that that's a proper fit, that every 6 weeks is something that we would be reporting to parents. And then that we transitioned numerical grades for science and social studies in grade 2. As we move science and the importance of science in 5th grade testing and things like that, it's important for at grade 2 to start receiving some numerical grade and to be more precise with where the student is in terms of their learning and their progress and where they need help and remediation, if that's the case, or where they're excelling. And numerical grades does that for those grade levels. So move it from non-numerical to numerical. So you have a copy of this board policy, and we're recommending that we make the changes in red, as you have in your packet. And looking at the board policy, this is really, again, the framework of the changes in the report card. And so we would be increasing, make sure I have a board policy here. Debbie, do you have that? I've got it. It's in this packet of report cards. We would be looking at the pre-kindergarten is, again, looking at reported as a standards-based checklist and the report card sent every 12 weeks. So it's a distinct pre-kinder report card. Kindergarten, the red line in that would be that it would be a standards-based checklist, and we've worked with teachers to develop that standard-based checklist. And that we'd move to every 6 weeks. Grade 1, the same thing, standards-based checklist, and it would be every 6 weeks. And in grade 2, the red line there is that science and social studies would be included in those number grades for grade 2. So in looking at the policy, it seems rather simple or fundamental in terms of the changes. And so you wonder, well, what's the excitement this time around? Right? What's the excitement? Yeah, what's the excitement with a board policy being changed to this, right? Well, the excitement comes from the actual revision of the report cards, which is really not in the board policy in terms of the report card and the content of the report card. But because it's so connected to the policy, we want to bring it forward so you can review that as well and have an understanding of our report card system. So Debbie Williams, our Executive Director for Elementary Instruction, has led this effort for a good amount of time this year. And so she's worked with teachers, committees, et cetera, and you'll hear more about that. And so Debbie has really shepherded this through, and she's going to present the information regarding the changes to the actual report card.
Good evening. Okay, you have copies of the current report cards, and here's an example here of a pre-K report card. And as Dr. Cavazos said, we currently have one report card for pre-K, and we have pre-K 3 and 4, and the expectations for what happens in a pre-K 3 classroom and a pre-K 4 classroom are different. And so I wanted to point out a couple of things on the pre-K 3 and 4 report cards. As you can see here on the draft report card, it says a 3-year-old report card because it is different from what a 4-year-old report card has on it. Oops, I am so sorry. Pressed the wrong button without my glasses. Let me see. Let me get way back up here. There we go. I am so sorry. Let me see if I can get that on slide. So I'm not used to this computer. Just apologize.
There it is. See, I just came up in it.
I just did it myself. Fantastic. Make sure I don't hit N, but arrow. It finally came up. Okay, and here's some examples here. As you can see, on the lower left arrow, this is in a section about alphabet knowledge because, for example, the next to the last line, and I know it's difficult to see there, but it says, I can identify 10 uppercase and 10 lowercase letters. That is what a pre-K 3-year-old needs to do. And most importantly, if you look at the section at the very top, social and emotional development, that is number 1 of the 10 domains for the pre-kindergarten guidelines for pre-kindergartners. They need to be able to develop both emotionally and socially. And so the teachers felt very strongly that they wanted that at the top of the report card so that parents would understand that that social and emotional development is important. And then underneath that you can see examples of writing because it's developmental in the writing section. And this area is both on the 3-year-old and the 4-year-old report card. The right button. Here's pre-K4, and I'm just wanting to point out science. You can see that these are specific areas of science as they relate to the pre-kindergarten guidelines. Also, you'll notice on all of the report cards there's shading in certain areas. It's graduated. What is appropriate in that time period for pre-kindergarten? What's appropriate for a child to be doing the first 12 weeks, or the second 12 weeks, or the third 12 weeks. And when you get to our kindergarten and first grade, we're doing the same thing. What's appropriate at that time in the year developmentally for a child? And on the pre-K4 report card, it has the section in the middle is about letter identification and letter sounds. And this is aligned with the pre-K4 guidelines that a student needs to be able to know 20 of their letters and 20 of their letter sounds. And the pre-K3 teachers felt like it was not appropriate to have on the pre-K3, but the pre-K4 teachers felt strongly that they wanted that. And then you can see that the marking system is different from what we have currently because it's relating to the pre-K guidelines that were actually established in 2008. Because it's relating to the guidelines again. And then at the bottom, there's a very similar situation. Is the letters, it's the numbers. And this is our current kindergarten report card. And if you notice, at the middle of the bottom, it's showing, just says social studies, science, art, music, and penmanship. There's not any specificity there. The reason I'm pointing that out is because I'll show you what the proposed draft kindergarten includes. On the draft kindergarten report card, the section that you see highlighted here is about the frequency of the words that the student needs to know. For example, in the first 6 weeks, they have 5 words to know. 5 words to know in each of those. Sure, I'm seeing from a distance here. Yes. And so the teachers will be assessing each 6 weeks period which group of 5 words that they need to know. And then they're also going to be looking at the numbers. And also on the kindergarten report card, I wanted to show you that section in the middle underneath the kindergarten marking system. This is where we can report to the parents the DRA2 level. DRA2 is administered 3 times a year, the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. And so this area is going to communicate to parents what level their child should be on by district standards and what level their child actually is on. And the teachers were very excited to have that. And that is going to be on the kindergarten and the first grade report card. Then you can see the social studies section. That was why I was pointing out on the current report card, it just says social studies without any connection to our state standards. And here we have a connection to state standards, and just certain specific areas will be taught within bands. This is our current first grade report card. And on our first grade report card, I wanted to point out to you in the language arts section that it's very specific. And what's interesting in comparing what we have currently and what we're proposing is the depth of the knowledge that the children need to have. And I believe strongly that that's important so that we can prepare our students for the state standards that they're expected in the older grades. And you can see that just like I pointed out in social studies for kindergarten, there's science for first grade. And then there's also the writing section at the bottom on the left. For instance, as a student is going to need to revise a draft by adding and deleting words, phrases, and sentences, and that's a first grader. But that's an expectation that we need to communicate to the parents how that child is doing in that area. And notice that that is done later. It's not the first 6 weeks period. And report card committee. I don't know how to say enough. Donna mentioned 3 months. It's actually, we started October the 14th, as you'll see when I go through the timeline. I'm thinking, that's almost been 4 months. Long process and lots of communication, and I want to thank them for all of their work, and especially those who came tonight. And what we discovered in the process, working with curriculum staff and with the teachers input was invaluable. We just started the rubric process a little over about a week and a half ago. Again, we came up with straw mans, and by those conversations with the teachers, we realized what their needs were and what we needed to do to support them in the classroom and make that connection to improve instruction. And it was comprehensive and very collaborative. And another thing is, as you could see from Leslie and Donna that spoke, these teachers are passionate about what they do. And they really, really care about the kids that they work with every single day. And what we also gained was interesting, because every time we met, we always were pulling out the pre-K guidelines or we were pulling out the state standards, and those teachers know. They know the guidelines and the standards. It was very obvious. So also I wanted you to see that as they were talking about the networks, this is the Arlington High School network. I'm just going to go through these quickly. But every person had a connection. For instance, I'm just going to use, you can see the teacher's name, then a comma, then there's the campus that teacher's from, and then after the dash is those other campuses that teacher is supposed to be connecting with and talking and discussing as we go through the process. And we have Bowie's Network, Lamar, Martin. Pre-K community-based, you heard Dr. Cavazos mention that earlier this evening. We included our pre-K community-based teachers. We have had 2 teachers, and still have, that are on that representation for all of our pre-Kers that are out at our community-based centers. Sam Houston's a large cluster. You'll see 3 slides. There's so many campuses in Sam Houston. We have Seguin. And then the timeline. Very briefly, I just wanted to point out a few areas on the timeline. That first one is October the 14th. And as I said, that was when we first started our work. That was when actually the grade levels started their work together. And then October 27th, that was the first time that we started to work all day together. We started with half day, went to full day, because we realized we needed hours of communication to be able to talk about what we needed and to communicate and to collaborate. And then on a few things, November the 9th, just to show you just an example of the collaboration, they spent hours talking about, do we want to use numbers or do we want 2 letters? How, for the marking system, what does that marking system mean? And talking about the language. So finally, the kindergarten and the first graders got together and they talked about it and worked it out. And they even included instructional technology, because that's part of the marking system. So really collaborative effort on their part, which is wonderful. And then on November the 17th, just an example here of where the teachers went out and they spoke with their networks to get representation. And November the 22nd, we started having some parents' input. We had parent meetings with our committee representatives from the teachers. There were meetings with teachers and parents and curriculum staff to answer questions. We wanted to get parents' input. What kind of language do you need? And the parent input was wonderful, because they said, this is what I need this is the language that's important to me. Sometimes they would say the language is too educational, it's not parent-friendly enough. So we worked with parents in 2 different meetings, and that was really wonderful. And then December the 7th was the first time we started pulling team leaders in. We had the report card committee members, which represented networks, and then we had every team leader from every campus, again, collaborating, sharing information. And so in January, we started our open forum meetings where any teacher that taught kindergarten or taught first grade in the district could come and talk to the report card committee and the curriculum staff who worked very hard about any questions on it, trying to get more collaboration and information. And then January the 18th was when we then at this point took all of the report cards, pre-K3, pre-K4, KN1, and we had a committee with all those teachers, and we worked to literally vertically align all of these sets, these skill sets that you see, to make sure that we were using similar language and that the flow was vertically aligned. And so that was a very wonderful collaboration. And then all of this information, an example is January 25th, all of this information has been sent out to the teacher conferences. As you know, we have first-class teacher conferences, so all teachers were always were informed about what was happening in the process. And then, February 1st, that was just yesterday, we, a survey, actually I think it went out today, a survey is going out to every single teacher in the district so that they can give us input. Okay. You want to?
Yeah,
okay.
stay here. All right, and so we're going to wrap up with our next steps. And in February, we're looking for board action on policy EIA. So the next board meeting would be bringing this for action. The report cards would be complete, the final draft, if you will. In May, we would complete those rubrics that Debbie talked about, and those are basically explaining how you mark this report card. In other words, how many letters does it really mean for the first 6 weeks, et cetera. Professional development is a big part of the process, and we would do that so that teachers would leave this year with the report card, the rubrics, and the professional development for the first 6 weeks of the following school year. So they're comfortable with the process, every communication is seamless. We would continue summer professional development with the rubrics and assessment tools, and then we would have professional development throughout the school year next year. And at this time, I just ask anybody who was involved in this process to just stand and be recognized, and thank you for attending tonight. And I want to thank Debbie Williams for all her work on this effort. At this point, we'll answer any questions about report cards or policy that you may have.
Ms. Williams, thank you very much, and certainly thank you to the committee. Dr. Reich has one question.
Well, thanks for that preface there, President Barron. Actually, I don't have one question. I just have a couple of comments. Thank you for the extraordinary work. To me, this is a home run. I want to thank you, Mr. McCullough, as our superintendent, and everybody else that has put all the effort into this great outcome of a project. President Barron stated it was about a year ago. It was actually almost 2 years ago that this was brought to the board, and there was a lot of questions, a lot of concerns that centered around the tools themselves as far as the report cards, the policy, the lack of communication, the lack of collaboration. We've heard it tonight. I personally have had it verified from communications that I've had with the teachers around the district that those that were so vehemently opposed last time around from 12 weeks to 6 weeks loved the idea, loved the inclusiveness. To me, this is exactly what we're looking for, and you heard us loud and clear. It's taken a long time to come back. It's well worth the wait. I think our teachers are going to benefit, our children are going to benefit, our parents are going to benefit from this. This is an absolute win-win. I just thank you so much, and this is really what we were looking for. I think there's 4 of us that were involved on the board then, and it's just great to hear how far it has progressed, and this obviously I believe will serve as a great model for all other things. What I'm hearing with our strategic planning process that we're currently going through as a board is to define opportunities for our children to begin and continue to own their learning. This is a great opportunity for that, and this whole process demonstrates our teachers being able to own this process. And our teachers are on the front lines, and they were able to say, hey, this is what we need to get the job done. So thank you. That's all I have.
Mrs. Pena.
I just wanted to thank you all. If I could just get one little bit of that enthusiasm, I mean, it was awesome. I was just getting excited listening to you. And I think we need to send Mr. Barron to your classes so maybe he can, it might help him.
Throwing our president under the bus.
But I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate it. And it brought back a lot of memories from when my daughter was in kindergarten and going to school. It's just so wonderful to hear what you brought forward, what's going to help our students. You're the foundation. You are the beginning of where our kids start, and you are the ones who help make them successful when they get to the very end. So I want to thank you, and keep that enthusiasm in there. I know sometimes you have difficult days, but those little babies, I know they love you. Thank you.
Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, President Barron. Dr. Reich mentioned our strategic planning retreat was it this past weekend? I think it was this past weekend. And we had a group of students that came out and spoke to us, and that was phenomenal. The energy that they brought, the enthusiasm, the dedication for learning, and then tonight, seeing you all here, hearing about the work and seeing the end result, and listening to you guys tell about the collaboration, dedication, diligence that you guys put into this process, the process itself, the inclusiveness of it, and just the quality of folks that we have here. You know, this is what's right with our district. We hear a lot about what's wrong with our district a lot of times. You know, people kind of like to pound that in here in our meetings, but you know, Saturday we saw the students, and what an amazing group of students we had. Tonight we saw the dedication that you guys bring to the district, and this is what makes me excited about serving on this board, that we have the raw materials to have one of the greatest districts in the country, if not the world. And that's what our strategic plan is all about. And you guys will hear a little bit more about it as we formulate it and finish it out. But I know that we have great resources that we are starting with. And thank you so much, because I get energy from the energy that you guys have. So thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, President Mayor.
Dr. Reich.
I had to think of a question. Dr. Cavazos, is this computerized, the report cards?
Oh, you had to bring that up. No,
Yes,
it is. It is.
did.
As part of this whole process is
Good.
to make sure it's with our team's process and computerized.
And related to that, I guess there is not a concern with excess paperwork with this process. This is good. No paperwork reduction needed here.
We are reducing the amount of paperwork that they have.
Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Dr. Reich, I can't believe my question actually relates to you, which is what you just asked, which I don't know what wagon that puts me in. First off, I am amazed you're all so excited about report cards. I think most people aren't that excited about report cards. And the looks in the audience, it's truly amazing. But my one question I have, Ms. Williams, you talked about the professional development. Here's how it relates to Dr. Reich. The complaint I hear from teachers constantly all the time is we train them on something at the PDC or something, and then they get back and their technology does not adhere to that and does not follow through. Is the training on this going to be online so that they can be in front of their computer so that when they're taught how to enter these things in with the new system and training program, is that something that's going to be interactive so we can make sure, I know we spend a fair amount of money on technology lately. I want to make sure they're trained and their computers are working, so there's no reasons it doesn't work.
Yes, it is, that part of it is where the teachers will actually be able to use it's called a skill book, but it's that online system, and they'll actually be able to practice on it without an actual student that they're using for grades. There's a student name, but they'll be able to it's a kind of a mock.
You know, I hate paperwork and I like everything online, so that's outstanding. Thank you.
Will the parents still get a paper report card?
Yes.
Or is that an online report card?
No, we will print the report card.
Okay.
We'll print the report card as we print everybody else's report card.
Will parents be given the option to opt out and just see it online, or will it be seeable online, viewable online?
Mr. Harvey would be happy to answer that question.
I knew he would.
Currently in grades 2 through 12, those report cards are available to parents online through the parent self-serve system. The pre-K, K1 report card is a very different report card. As you can see, it's a skill-based report card. Currently, while the report card itself, the teachers will have the ability on the grade book to enter grades, the report cards can be printed. At this time, the parent self-serve module will not serve up that because of the skill-based design of that. We've worked with ProLogic, who's the vendor, and said that's something we would like to see implemented in the future, but at the current time, it is not an option that we'll have for the pre-K, K1 to see them online. They'll have to be printed.
With the other report cards, are we printing and handing them to the students, or are they being mailed out?
For the 1st through 5th 6 weeks, they are printed and handed to the students. At the secondary schools, because of the timing of getting grades entered and getting everything done, those are mailed, but elementary are printed on the 6th week as well. But all of them are available online the day that the report cards are due to be mailed. That's when they're online as well.
Mr. Hibbs?
By me speaking, can we all agree that the next time this comes up for discussion and a motion, we can go ahead and vote on it without any discussion?
Mr. Superintendent, I think you have some guidance here to bring it back, and we'll vote on it.
We'll bring it back on the 16th.
Thank you. We are still jumping around. We're going to the discussion action item so we can get the coaches out of here because they look like they're tired and need some sleep. Next item, consider the athletic programs and facilities. Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, President Barron. Tonight we're bringing to the board a report on the athletic programs and facilities. There is just some information for the board about our athletic programs, some of our successes and some things. We also have some facility report, looking at some of our facilities and some things we would like to have done or need to be done. And before we start those reports, I will announce that we had a National Signing Day yesterday at the Professional Development Center that many of y'all were able to attend. We had a capacity crowd of parents and students and grandparents and teachers that came out to honor the students that were signing a national letter of intent for universities all over this country. I was a little disappointed, though, that I didn't hear any regular barriers being announced, but we'll work on that in the future. But it was a very exciting moment, and our athletic director, O.J. Kemp, was the driving force behind that, and we want to say thank you for that function yesterday. Also, it's announced today that the UIL realignments, and our 5A schools, we're staying in the same district. we have a different number, I believe. And, but Weatherford, Pascal, and North Crowley are still with us. And also, in the first round of the playoffs next year, it'll be against local teams in this area. And then I believe we go west from that point on. But, so, you know, we'll have a lot of games in the first round here in our area. Our 4A school, Seguin, we all moved east a little bit and picked up some new teams to participate against. We've been in that district before. I think when Seguin first opened, Lancaster, Ennis, Waxahachie, and some of our Mansfield schools, and Seguin. So anyway, that's just some information that's happened in the last 2 days as far as athletics. But I believe, Ms. Kemp, are you first one up for the presentation? So, O.J. Kemp, our athletic director.
Good evening to our Mr. Peter Barron, our terrific school board president, and our wonderful school board members, and our outstanding superintendent. So we want to say good evening to you. All right, all right. Okay, so I'm going to present, we're going to do this in different sections, but I'm going to present the portion of our athletic programs and facilities. Okay, this is the first thing I did this year, is I asked all the schools to report to me our athletic success and grades for the first semester. And you can see that all of our high schools had an 83%. That means 83% of our athletes passed their courses. And in our junior high, we had 88% of our kids passing on the junior high level. So that's a great accomplishment for our student athletes to do well in the classroom, and they did a great job so far this year. In athletics, our participation numbers, you can see that the district has 64,000 students, and a little less than a fourth of those students, 1,400, 500 students in the AISD are participating in athletics. And we're definitely proud of that number, and that number's continually grow and increase each year. And of course, Mr. McCullough alluded to our National Signing Day. There was a big day for our parents and our students and our teachers, just our community. This is the first time that we had a central location to do our National Signing Day, so that's the first of many. Received some compliments and some emails, and that were addressed to you guys as well, and we're looking forward to that for next year. But we've had 155 scholarships awarded to AISD student athletes in the past 2 years, and that number will continue to grow this year as well, because some of our spring sports have not been signed yet. And you can see here some of our accomplishments that we had last year. We had 4 of our high schools that advanced to football playoffs, and 1 high school advanced to the regionals. We had 5 high schools advanced to volleyball, 3 to the area. 2 high schools advanced to the team tennis regionals in Abilene. 6 soccer teams advanced to the playoffs. 2 teams advanced to the regional semifinals. We had 6 high schools that had students that competed in the state wrestling tournament, and 2 of our students won state championships last year. And in track, athletes from all 6 high schools advanced to regional, and 6 students won state championships. This was some of our accomplishments for last year, and you can see that continue. We had 4 students advanced to regional in swimming, 2 schools advanced to state in gymnastics, with 1 gymnast advanced to the national high school meet. We also had 1 high school team last year won the ACA and NCA national championships in cheerleading. We have 7 basketball teams that advanced to the playoffs, and 1 team advanced to the regional semifinals. 2 teams advanced in baseball playoffs, and 1 team advanced to the regional tournament. We had 4 high schools advanced to this year. Some of our accomplishment, and we're just getting started. All we have this year is the fall, but we're going to expect great things of our athletes in the spring. We had 4 high schools that advanced to the football playoffs, and 1 high school advanced all the way to the regional quarterfinals. We have 3 high schools advanced in volleyball playoffs, and 2 of our schools made it to the regional tournament. We had 2 high schools advanced to the team tennis regionals in Abilene. 5 high schools advanced to the regional cross-country meet. All 6 of our high schools advanced to regionals in swimming, and that's coming up on the next weekend. And we have 1 high school team this year won the ACA national championship, and 1 high school team won the NCAA national championship in athletics. And that will be my portion, and I'll be back at the end to answer you any questions. Thank you very much. That's kind of hard to follow, but y'all are awesome.
You know, if she can do it, I can do it too. All right. Talk for a minute about our varsity football arrangements this year. We do have 2 competition stadiums in our district. We've got Wildman Field and Cravens Field. And this year, you know, we've got 6 high schools, and so this year we've had 3 schools sharing Cravens and 3 schools sharing Wildman. Arlington, Lamar, and Martin play at Cravens, and Bowie, Sam, and Seguin play their varsity football games at Wildman. To make that happen, we had teams playing Thursdays, Fridays. We even had, I think, a few Saturday games in this year to make this work. Prior to this year, though, we also leased UTA Maverick Stadium for varsity football and for soccer for Arlington and Bowie high schools, and also for district track meets and the Dean Corey marching event. We canceled that lease as part of this year's budget reductions in an effort to save close to $99,000. The events now that were previously held in Maverick Stadium are being held in our own stadiums, with the exception of the spring track meet, district track meet. That's the UIL district track meet. We will still hold at UTA because frankly it's cheaper for us to hold it there than it is for us to transport all of our track teams out to Weatherford or Crowley to run a meet there. We have inquired of UTA to ask them about the possibility of maybe accessing their facility again next year, and we have found that they have some limited availability in each of the next 2 seasons. They have already signed a lease with a local private school to play home games there. They can accommodate 5 Friday night games in each of the next 2 years, the 2012 and 2013 years, and you know, if this is something that we would want to entertain and consider, we would certainly work with UTA to negotiate the fee for that. If we were to do that, then this is a possible arrangement that we could look at for next year's games and the 2013 schedule. At Cravens, we would have Lamar and Martin playing games on Friday nights. At Wildman, Sam would play on Thursday nights. And also at Wildman, the Bowie and Seguin would play Friday nights, and then Arlington High would play at UTA on Friday evenings. At this point, we have identified some specific facility needs for our athletic facilities, and Mr. Carlisle is going to review those.
Good evening. I guess you are awesome, aren't you? What we've been asked to do was to put together some cost estimates for several items. If you can see that we have synthetic turf identified would go down at all 6 locations. 4 of those would be inside of the existing tracks at the facilities. The other 2 would be the locations to where we do have existing stadiums. We have some neighboring districts that are doing these kind of projects right now, so we have some pretty accurate pricing on that. And so that would be about $1.2 million each would be total cost, total project cost. As you well know, we will be in the replacement cycle for our 2 existing synthetic turf fields. We expect those to be replaced in the year 2015. We project that cost to be about $550,000 each. Track replacement at Bowie High School, we have the need to totally take that track out, to redo the base material underneath it, redo the drainage system and all the retaining walls that go for that, and new asphalt and new surface. And we anticipate that cost to be about $515,000. Other tracks that need to be resurfaced are Wildman Cravens, Martin and Seguin. Those cost estimates are about $150,000 apiece. Tennis court replacement, we have 6 courts at Sam Houston that are in very poor shape, and they need to be replaced. The plan would be to replace those with the post-tension concrete slab with the tennis surfacing on top of that. We have at some locations, at several locations, we have that system in place. And we anticipate that cost to be around $400,000. And then tennis courts need to be resurfaced anywhere from 5 to 8 years. And these are the ones that would be in line to be replaced, to be resurfaced, existing courts to be resurfaced to the tune of about $5,000 per court, for a total cost of about $205,000. So that list would be a little over $10 million.
Good evening. I'm just going to talk about summer camps. I want to distinguish first between our strength and conditioning programs and what we're talking about tonight, which is summer athletic camps, and those are the skills camps for the younger kids in the district. Currently, there's 2 different avenues to hold a summer camp. One of them is a rental, and that's for nonprofit groups or organizations that want to use our facilities for a summer camp or for any other program that benefits the students. The rentals are regulated by board policy GKD local. Rental rates are also defined in regulation, and any entity that uses our facilities has to meet minimum insurance requirements for their events. Another avenue to hold the summer camps is to treat it as an activity fund fundraiser. All activity fund fundraisers are guided by regulations and procedures in the campus accounting manual. With activity fund fundraisers, the campus principal is responsible for approving those fundraisers, and the criteria they are responsible for using is basically a cost-benefit analysis to their students. The cost not only is financial, but it also taxes the employees of the campus, so that has to be taken into consideration. Now, with the summer youth camps, we do have some more restrictive requirements compared to other fundraisers that occur. Those requirements are that a limit of 50% of the proceeds may be paid out to personnel, to the coaches, for compensation. 40% of the proceeds really has to come off the top and be left in the activity fund account as a fundraiser, which then leaves 10% for ancillary costs and other fixed costs like T-shirts, certificates of completion, basketballs, whatever comes with the camp. With personnel and summer camps, anytime we want to pay someone for personal services in this district, we have to complete what's called a request for open position. That's submitted to personnel because personnel is our gatekeeper over deciding whether an individual is an employee or a contractor, okay? With summer camps currently, a trainer or an EMS technician is required to be at every camp for the duration of the camp. And they receive a flat rate of $25 per hour, which is the same rate we pay teachers in the summer to come in for training. That's the same rate that summer school teachers get. That's the basic rate that anyone receives for summer work. There is a limitation of $25 per hour and 4 hours per day for all workers at these summer camps. With these additional restrictions, what has really occurred is by the time 40% of the proceeds is taken off the top and left in the activity fund, and then by the time a trainer is paid the $25 per hour, this 50% limitation on other personnel is really a moot point because there's not 50%, there's not enough left to really pay the personnel. And especially with the fixed costs per camper of the T-shirts, et cetera, as more students are on scholarships, that's less proceeds coming in, but that fixed cost remains the same. So what we've seen over time with these restrictions is fewer summer camps or summer camps that aren't being hosted on AISD campuses. They're hosted at other facilities within the city. So that prevents the coaches from really highlighting the campus, from highlighting the different high schools. We recognize this, and so this past week, Mr. Walker, Ms. Powell, myself, and Tim, the internal auditor, met with the athletic director and the athletic coordinators. And they had some recommendations that I anticipate will be in place in time for this summer's camps. Those recommendations are to no longer require an athletic trainer at the skills camps, where we're teaching these younger students how to get in a three-point stance for football or how to dribble a basketball. Where there's not an intensive conditioning, there's really no need to have a trainer, and that saves that $25 per hour. Another recommendation is to leave 5% of the proceeds in the activity fund as a fundraiser. As a profit. And with personnel, the recommendation is to leave the $25 per hour cap, like we pay all other people during the summer, but to not limit the coaches to 4 hours per day. The camps are only running 4 hours per day, but some coaches come in an hour early to set up or stay an hour late to take down the equipment for the night. So we want to raise that maximum to 6 hours. And then also to allow the camp directors who are spending time on the front end to organize the camp, schedule the workers, et cetera, allow them basically 2 days of setup or organization time at the same rate. So again, we anticipate those changes being in place for this summer's camps. With that said, I would be happy to answer any questions on summer camps or anybody else.
Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, President Barron. We brought a lot tonight. First thing we brought is the success of our athletic teams. We're known across the state as having very successful athletic teams in all sports. We're also known across the state of having very successful fine arts programs, and we've talked about that a lot, that our orchestra programs, our band programs, our choir programs, and the different honors that they've won over the years. When I think about athletics, and I think about the excitement we had this fall with two of our volleyball teams going to, two of our, Arlington volleyball teams being in the regional tournament. There's only 4 teams in the regional tournament out of all of North and West Texas. And there's a lot of high schools that compete in volleyball. And this is not unusual for us to have this many teams at the regional volleyball. The 5 teams that made the football playoffs this year, and the excitement that that's brought to our community. I remember, I can just think about the games that many of us attended. I remember one game, it was so cold, or it was cold outside, I wasn't outside, but I did look across the field at our fans that were filling the stadium over there, cheering on our team, and I just got goosebumps from the excitement, not from the cold, but and then to sit out there and watch our fans follow the rules of SMU and not bring their umbrellas, and it's pouring down rain. And notice the other team did not follow the rules, and all their fans had umbrellas. And but the point I'm making there is the loyalty that our fans had in going out and supporting our teams in any kind of weather, and all of our teams. And then when you just think about the different things that other sports that we have, the championships that she mentioned a while ago, and track and field, and in wrestling, and gymnastics, kid going to the nationals. Now, under facilities, you didn't hear anything about our indoor facilities. We have excellent gymnasiums and plenty of gymnasiums. Our board has done a great job in the past of providing these facilities when we build buildings or we add on to buildings. But our outside facilities are in bad shape. I just want to tell you that. I mean, they're out, our practice fields. I have fought that battle for many years about sodding practice fields and keeping them watered. And with our weather conditions now, you know, it's really hard because we are restricted in a lot of ways on how much we can water. And those kids go out and play on, all our athletic teams go out and play on those fields. We do have 2 turf fields, Cravens and Wildman Field, which are district fields. And about 7 years ago is when the gas money really started coming in. And the administration and the board at that time approved going in and turfing those 2 fields, and also replacing the scoreboard and making some improvements in our stadiums. But we were behind at that time. We were behind other districts that we compete with on the facilities at that time, and we were trying to catch up. Now, I know we're not going to go out and build a, you know, $60 million stadium as some districts do, but you know, I do think we need to, you know, provide the facilities for our students. Many of our districts that we compete with have already turfed their practice fields, and there is a district north of us that is even going into turfing practice fields at the junior high level. This is in that there's a lot of safety issues there. There's a lot of maintenance issues there that you saw when you do that, and you have a lot of teams competing on those fields, and it just wears them out. And so, yeah, it is a cost, a big cost, but it is money well spent. The stadium use of stadiums. When our previous contract with UTA, we were paying for you know, the football games, soccer games, track meets, Dean Corey, and we pretty much had complete use of UTA Stadium. What the recommendation is tonight is to, you know, we would rent it on a limited basis. We'd still be saving money there, but it would be on a limited basis. And then on our summer camps, you know, that is something that we feel like would be necessary. I think we've kind of gone through a cycle about summer camps. I do think we need trainers at our strength and conditioning camps because that is strenuous work that our high school athletes are going through. And but we've learned that at our other summer camps for kids, where we're trying to get them to get to know high school, want to go to that high school, get that T-shirt that has that high school name on it, whatever it is, to, you know, to build that support there. I just think it's a good recommendation, and we're moving forward as far as that is concerned. And because we did meet with our coordinators and got their input on that, and felt good about it. So I just wanted to say that before y'all start asking questions and of staff, and but I want to appreciate our athletic coordinators and our coaches that work with y'all. Y'all teach sportsmanship, y'all teach dedication, y'all teach goal setting, collaboration. I mean, y'all have group work that we always talking about. We're always having, you know, everything that we try to do in the classroom, y'all are already doing on the athletic fields. And I just want to say thank y'all for your hard work. And we're ready to answer any questions the board may have about athletics and where we go from here. So.
Mr. Hibbs, this was your idea.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Superintendent, I appreciate you making those comments. And I've got to tell you that when I look at the athletic coordinators that are here, the head coaches, the athletic director, I feel like I'm in greatness. I mean, you guys have done a tremendous job. Your programs, I mean, Arlington is the key in North Texas. People look at the quality of our programs, they look at Arlington. South Lake has one high school, and and they've got a lot of money, but they've got one high school. And what I saw, we were one touchdown away from it being Martin and Bowie playing to see who was going to vie for state. And we almost did it. And I know you guys are going to knock that door down or kick that door down next year. But we are in a catch-up mode. This last bond, and I was part of that bond advisory committee, besides a few stadium seats that needed to be replaced because people were putting their feet through them. There wasn't anything done for athletics. Coach, do you have an idea of what athletics generates, like in our ticket sales?
Yes, sir. Last year, we generated $805,000 in our ticket sales. And this year, so far, we've generated $615,000.
Okay, and how about, I know that we do the concessions at Wildman and Cravens. When I used to be part of that committee, there was a large number coming back to each one of the schools that were going back into either the fine arts or into the athletic activity funds through their booster clubs and such. Do you remember how much is generated there?
Obviously, last year we had a lot more funds, and we were playing more Friday night football games, and so, correct me right, but each school received about $12,000. This year, we dropped almost to $7,500.
Okay, but so
that
there was
goes back per school.
There was a major drop-off because we didn't have as many Friday night games.
That is correct.
And we
That
know
is
there was
correct.
a lot of kids that just weren't coming. I think that speaks to a testament why we need UTA back right there. I appreciate that aspect. I want to ask you a couple of points because I'm sure that you've been in the process of discussing maybe the UTA contractor over here. With the UTA contract, you were saying that we could pick up 5 games each year.
That's correct.
Because they have right now they're working with maybe a
Pantego Christian.
Okay, Pantego Christian. I appreciate that, having that on top of your tongue there. Sam Houston, they're going to play all their home games on Thursday nights?
No, when we drew the numbers tonight, I think Sam Houston still is going to get maybe 2 Friday games.
Okay,
out of their
2
5.
Friday games,
Yes,
so
sir.
they'll have 3 Thursday night
That's
games?
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me ask you this question. I'm going to tell you, I'm all forward, moving forward with UTA. It's going to be my recommendation that that's what we do here tonight before we leave. With the, have we thought about maybe going to Pantego and saying, hey, we will maybe pick up a slight cost of some of your stadium rental on that Friday night if you can move one of your games to Saturday night or, or Thursday night even, where we might be able to pick up, where one less game for Sam and have to play on a Thursday night.
No, sir, we have not.
I
contacted.
think we think out of, I hate that term, thinking out of the box, but I think this might be something that we see if we could get creative and maybe talk to Pantego to see if there's an opportunity maybe to do that, where they can either play on a Thursday night, or a Thursday night or Saturday night, and if it's persuasive that we have to just put in a little bit of funds to help them, maybe we could do that.
Thank you.
Just as a thought.
Okay.
Just as a thought.
I'll visit with Ms. Powell and Mr. McCullough regarding that. Thank you.
Okay. With the turfing of the fields, Mr. Carlisle told us that you said that it was about $1.2 million for each field?
Yes.
Okay. And that's going with the same quality turf that we've got at Wildman and Sam now, Wildman and Cravens, okay? One thing that's very important is the fields that the kids are participating on, especially at the JV, and some varsity games are being played for soccer at these fields on these home campuses. And I know in the case of one school, I think it was Martin High School last year, that they had 12 rainouts because it wasn't that the weather was bad, but the fields were in such poor condition the games couldn't even be played. So we've got kids being put at a disadvantage where they're not having those issues down in Mansfield or any of the neighboring other districts where they're just plain having their fields canceled or their games canceled because of poor field conditions. I actually was up in the HEB and area and was able to see the new fields that are going in over at LD Bell High School, and this is
Trinity also.
in Trinity, and this is the just the wave of the future. I'm very concerned as a board member that when families will come and look at their place to make residence, that they may look past Arlington, because I think when they have, they look at three variables when they're looking at schools. I think first and foremost is curriculum. Second, they look at seeing how strong both the fine arts and the athletic programs are. Well, we have great fine arts. We offer a well-rounded, balanced curriculum, and our teams are successful. But if they look at what Mansfield has, we don't have the same stadiums in the fields and everything else. And we need to begin to reinvest in something that is actually paying back our district. I mean, if we're generating $800,000 in ticket revenues, I think this is one of those no-brainers. You reinvest. That's why people have these nice stadiums. So what I see is the pressing needs from your presentation. Coach, I'm going to ask you to jump in here if I'm missing something, is that it sure would be nice to have UTA back.
Yes, sir, it would be.
Okay. The second thing is that we just have a desperate need to make sure Sam's tennis courts are up to speed and playable.
That is correct, Mr. Hibbs. They were not able to play on their courts this fall. So Sam Houston versus Arlington High should have been at Sam Houston. The match was at Arlington High School.
Well, that's completely unacceptable. We need to make that right. And then in the situation of tracks, I've been personally on the track at Bowie and the track at Martin, not running, just there. And I've seen the holes in the disrepair. Yeah, we can't put kids in a position where they're going to sprain or break ankles or anything of that sort. So I'm on board with the for the tracks. I do think it's essential that we begin to make the investment, and especially as we look towards the next bond too, that we start investing back into athletics. But for right now, we've got some pressing needs, and correct. I believe that the turfing of the fields would be the other need that desperately is needed at this point. Did I capture the main points of what we need?
Yes, sir, you sure did. And, you know, Mr. Hibbs and school board, with all this, we're also going to be able to generate money on rentals of these fields. And I spoke with a Nike representative today, and you know what? And I'll work with Heather and Cindy Powell regarding all this, and Mr. Walker, who's over our athletic department. But you know, I'm going to work with her to get some free clinics for our kids. Where we're going to have some free, all kind of football, basketball clinics on our campuses for our kids, and they're going to be free through Nike. And also, we're going to be renting our gym facility, so we're going to be making money. We're going to generate more money from AISD. She told me today she can give us $50,000, just the number of tournaments she has. If we could have them in AISD for basketball, that's $50,000 of rental fee that can go back to AISD. Plus, our coaches get money on concession stands. So we're going to be generating money.
I was talking to a North Texas events planner, and they said that they've been dying to be able to bring venues here to Arlington. That's right. And use our fields. That's correct. But our fields weren't worthy of being rented. So, you know, it does sound like we have opportunity to, right. Instead of people driving to McKinney and Allen to do soccer tournaments, they can do them throughout our city.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Do I sound like I'm pro this?
Yeah, I think you're pro.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want so it looks like we've actually got 3 proposals in front of us as a board, and I don't know how we go about these, and maybe another board member can suggest if we go and work on and address just, and have a discussion of the three, starting with the, let's say UTA. The second, I'm in favor in supporting the returfing of the fields, the track surfaces, and the courts at Sam Houston. And then finally, I would like us to, I don't know if we need approval to move on the recommendation from the administration on the camps. It's very important there. You know, when somebody comes and a nonprofit will rent our fields for camps and such, they're not required outside of insurance to have trainers or any of these other requirements. So, you know, it puts our own coaches that are trying to develop their programs behind the eight ball. I mean, literally, somebody could come in from another city, run our fields, and run a event that they encourage athletes to go into their district or to their program. So, you know, this is an issue that I think that we were here at one time, then the pendulum went over here, and we need to come back to the middle. That's what it's about. Nobody's getting rich over this. I've seen the numbers. The coaches are working a lot of hours, and under the current system, they're not being able to pay themselves many times. Basketball programs, because of the numbers, are actually losing money. So then it comes to the point, thank you, Coach. It comes to the point, and I know I may seem like I'm rambling, okay, how do we pay for it? We do have some 1999 bond funds that I believe we should look towards. We have approximately $12 million in bond funds that have been on our books for over 12 years. I think we're at the point that we can't continue to collect interest on them from the government standpoint. And Internal Revenue Service will probably at some point say, okay, you're at the end here. You've got to do something at this point. We've got a lot of abilities and a lot of things that need to be done, but I think this is the area that we need to next invest. And I would encourage for the cost of the resurfing the fields, completely overhaul of the tracks, and for Sam Houston, that we go ahead and take those monies from construction fund of the 1999 bond, and I'm going to make this as the motion to pay for starting those projects immediately, if not sooner. The second motion that I would make is that the board accept and adopt the UTA stadium.
You only get one at a time.
Okay, I only get one at a time? Okay. I'd like to work on that first.
And there are a number of members who would like to say something.
Sure.
So
And I'm done.
Do you want to hold your motion, or you want to make the motion and wait?
Let me go ahead and make the motion that I would like to have the district move on returfing the 4 fields with synthetic turfs, Sam Houston, and the tracks using the 1999 bond funds. What's that?
Are you looking at page 8?
This one we're looking at here, there's 6.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's.
Plus 2
okay.
complete for Wild.
Okay, 6 fields, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was already thinking about the 2 that we have in existence. Okay, so I am looking at all the recommendations of the facility needs that's listed. I don't know what slide it is. First slide on page 8. There you go. Thank you. That is my motion.
No, your motion was the top line, right? Or the whole 10 million? The whole 10 million, right? Is there a second?
I'm going to second. We may need to make some adjustments, but so we can continue on.
We have a motion and a second. The discussion, Mrs. Pena.
Okay. The reason I didn't second it is because I think you limited us. I think that there's more that we need to talk about here. If I understood right, all we did here was address outside needs. We didn't talk about anything inside. You kept referring to basketball, but didn't make any recommendations on anything internal for athletics. The other thing is I wanted to talk about cause, effect, and corrective action as well, not just the short-term solution, but a long-term remedy for the condition we're in. Mr. Carlisle?
Ma'am.
I know that we got a waiver for some of the water restrictions that the city of Arlington had just for our athletic fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were some of these conditions brought on by those drought conditions? I mean, or at least
Nothing on this
expedited?
list, no. Not brought on by the drought, I don't think.
Do you see things, or have things happened outside to cause further damage?
Well, I think we have had some things that happened because of the drought, not only in our athletic fields, but district-wide on our grounds, where we had a lot of ground cracking, which did cause we had some broken pipes because of that, you know, just from the extremely dry conditions. But, you know, none of the items on here had any direct relationship with that I see.
You said we were on a cycle of replacement. Is this telling us that the cycle of replacement is too wide? We need to shorten it?
Well, we need to be on a cycle of replacement.
Okay, so we haven't been.
No, no, ma'am.
Okay, so see, that's one of the things that I'd like. The short-term solution is just doing it. The long-term solution is finding out how we're not going to let ourselves get back into this situation again. And I know we have an immediate need to address right now, but I want to look at this as a bigger picture. Are there any other athletic needs that we have that are inside the buildings?
I think, let OJ handle that.
Well, sure, Ms. Pena. Yes, ma'am, we do. I mean, you're gonna ask. I'm just gonna put it out there. First of all, our dressing room, our locker room facilities, you know, some of our sports don't even have team locker rooms, okay? We have limited storage on all 6 of our campuses. We don't have any storage to put things. And those are 2 of our main issues that if we can look at as far as inside. Our gyms are adequate. We've got great facilities on the gymnasiums on the inside of our school buildings. Obviously, you won't say inside, you know, if you're trying to compete with some of the larger, you know, Trinity and Bell and South Lake Carroll, I mean, you know, they're dealing with 5,000 square foot weight rooms, and our guys have how much? You know, so I'm just saying those are some things that we would like to, on the long term, but I think we have some immediate concerns, and it's disappointing and it's unacceptable when Sam Houston has to move their tennis matches to all the other schools because there's cracks all over the court, and that's some of that is about heat. You know, the poor heat, and they didn't get recycled. We were on a cycle until we got to a budget. So we have been on a 2-year cycle. Every 2 years we were doing 2 courts, 2, and getting that done. So once we got on a budget issue, then we couldn't recycle. I mean, we couldn't refinish the courts.
So if we're talking about earned income with the potential of the improvements on the outside facilities, but the locker rooms aren't up to par. I know we did some corrective action, and I have been inside of the buildings where the storage is, and it's kind of scary. So if we don't bring everything up to the level of being competitive, I guess my point is we shouldn't do this halfway.
Correct.
We need to do this the proper way if we're really going to be competitive and offer this out as rentals. So we need to weigh that as well, and maybe that's one piece we can add to this. I want to make sure that our athletes are proud of our schools as well, because
thank you.
I mean, yesterday was awesome.
Thank you very much.
That was really
Those guys have
awesome.
worked hard. Their
Yeah.
coaching staffs that are underneath them have worked extremely hard. Thank you very much.
So well, I go to the games too, so
Yeah, you do.
I like all that. I'm a big supporter as well. I want to do right by this, and if we're going to hit that money, let's do it for the right reasons, and like I said, cause, effect, corrective action, and let's just remedy this situation.
And board, I just would like to make one announcement, is the field turf, the synthetic turf people, they tell you that every time you get on that turf, it makes it better. And so we could possibly eliminate the Sam Houston and Lamar having a practice facility because they can get on their main field. Although there are competition fields, it's not going to tear that up. Whereas if it starts raining tomorrow, I've already got a plan. All I have to do is push a button. I've got to move my varsity soccer teams to Cravens and Wildman and get them off. Martin High School can't play over there. The JVs would be going to the regular schools. And so with that being said, we need the turf on those 4 high schools, but we could still use the turf that's at Lamar and Sam Houston. The more you get on those, the better it is. So that would definitely be a saving of $2.4 million. You're welcome.
Mr. McCullough.
Ms. Pena, I was one brought up the drought a while ago, and I keep reading about other areas around us that are going to even more restrictive than we have now. Yes, we did get a waiver, for watering this year. Many, organizations did, but the long-range forecast is, this is to continue, and if we get back in the same situation, they could restrict us even more. I mean, I think east of us they are restricting more, even for the parks and athletic fields. So that's a concern I have is in the future.
Well, I actually had a conversation with Catherine Wildman, and she told me that the city right now is speculating going to stage 4 restriction, which is pretty severe.
Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Barron. Thank you very much for the information and on the accolades. Yeah, yesterday was a great day for AISD and our athletics programs. I fully expect to see that growing into the future. More and more kids, more press, more input, more families. I'm an absolute supporter of what I've been hearing tonight. A couple of questions, couple of concerns. I will concur with Trustee Hibbs on being creative. I really don't like the idea of singling out Sam Houston for the Thursday night if there's something we can do with negotiating with Pantego. I'm very concerned. One of the biggest complaints that we've heard, or I've heard, with Thursday night games, besides the decrease of attendance, was those that were in attendance there saying, our kids are going to be so tired tomorrow, and I'm thinking achievement. That's our goal here, and obviously athletics helps that, but on a Thursday night for the coaching, the teaching staff, the kids, anything we can do to get off this Thursday night thing is an absolute essential. And when we dovetail that with Sam Houston being one of our target campuses with achievement right now, I'm very concerned about that. We've got to do something there. I spoke earlier about collaboration and communication. With the items that are on this list on the facility needs, and Ms. Pena talked about making it all-inclusive, doing it right, not just patching right now. I have a couple of thoughts. One is, I think we missed the mark with our 09 bond. Our 09 bond was specific to patchwork for this district. It wasn't pie in the sky, shooting for the stars, building brand new everything. It was to take care of things that were already past a replacement cycle or regeneration, and athletics just really wasn't on there. Mr. Hibbs spoke to that. So I do think there's something that we need to address here. How that was overlooked, I really don't know. But it was. There are bond dollars there from '99 that we can look at. $10 million number, I think, has all of us going, ugh, don't know. And Coach, you said, we can adjust that and be creative. What I would like to see is to come back to us with some of that creativity. And I started this whole thing with communication and collaboration. Resurfacing tennis courts is one example that I have. I've heard from different coaches and that the resurfacing is one of those short-term, it's a patch job, versus a long-term getting rid of that asphalt, putting in concrete, just as one example. And obviously it's more costly up front, but maybe over the long run, it's a net zero, plus we got a lot of extra safety and play time for the players and practice time for the players. So I would like to see a little bit more of an analysis on what the needs are, taking into account the whole big picture. There's definitely some things we have to address. Having Sam not able to play on their courts for tennis specifically is an abomination that I think needs immediate attention. The other things, we need to, I believe as a board, look at the whole big picture, and I think our job, rather than looking at this number, looking at an all-inclusive thing, we should take what maybe you can bring back to us that would be all-inclusive with an immediate needs priority list that would be more palatable budgetarily to pull out of 99 bond dollars, and with the understanding that the rest of that is absolutely going into our next bond package going forward. I think we have to try to strike some kind of a balance there, because I can hear the stories coming out already that, oh boy, here goes Arlington, they've got rid of this deficit thing, they had this bond money, and now whoo-hoo, cash cow for athletics, and just twisting words and intent, and none of us want that here. So I'm all for these things, but I'd like to make sure that these are all-inclusive, and that these are not just short-term fixes for an absence of long-term cost. The opportunities for gaining revenue from events, I think, is paramount. What you've brought up on the summer camps regarding the change of the trainer, and that other facilities don't require trainers, or we don't require that of trainers for outside, I would just make sure that we're in line there legally as far as libel and safety for the kiddos. I guess the only other question that I have regarding the turf is, again, all-inclusive cost. Does this turf, does that include drainage systems? Do we need drainage systems? Has that been analyzed? And that's all put in there. Okay, well, that's great. I just want to make sure we are covering all the cost, and that we have a very clear picture of what it is. And then again, the true emergent need. And when I say emergent need, I think revenue generation is part of it, but I look at it more as for our kids and the safety and getting them to be able to utilize facilities out there. The final thing that I'd like to put out there in thinking of big picture is, you are probably aware we've had a campaign push for tennis in junior highs. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that in the future as far as costs associated with that. Lots of communications I've received say it's not going to be much. Our high school coaches are all in for it, but I'd really like to hear from the source, and not necessarily right now, but just again, well, no, I mean, no, come back. If you have a comment, that would be great. I'm just saying overall inclusive for our athletics programs. So if you have any kind of comment on that particular thing, that'd be great. And that's all I have.
I refrain from commenting until we bring everything back to the picture.
Okay,
okay,
great.
But if that's okay.
Perfect.
With you, okay.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Rice, on the tennis courts at the other high schools besides Sam, that's not a patch deal. That's a complete resurfacing. It's top grade type of
Yeah, Sam it is, and maybe you misunderstand what a resurfacing is. You have to, those tennis courts have a wearing surface that slurries on, and it wears out. So you have to replace that surfacing on top of them to ensure good, safe play on the courts, and also to protect that asphalt or concrete that's underneath them. So it's not, those would be the courts that we would say that we would want to resurface would be the courts that are in good shape, but they need that new wearing surface periodically. And that's what that $5,000 stands for.
Mr. Popple.
Thank you, President Barron. Okay, so let me just a real quick question for Ms. Powell. Ms. Powell, how much money do we have in that bond money from 1999 that we're referring to for funding this?
We do. We have just over $12 million in surplus funds from the 1999 bond program.
Okay. Mr. Hibbs, I'm sorry. You caught me off guard with a 10-point-something million tab. I guess the clarification here on this turf on the football field. So we're talking about 2 of these fields already have turf, right? So there's really, we're not putting new turf on 6 fields?
Now, the original, or the slide that you were shown this evening does include a cost estimate for putting turf in on 6 practice fields, 1 at each high school, and then also replacing the existing turf in the 2 competition stadiums in 2015.
Okay. And what Ms. Kemp is saying is that we may not need turf on 2 practice fields at Lamar and at Sam because they could practice instead on the current turfed field, and there's no damage to that. That's a benefit. So then that's potentially $2.4 million less
Correct.
Cost here, but we will still need to resurface those in 2015 for $1.1 million. But that's not now. That's in 2015. And so really, what we're looking at for putting turf in those fields is about $4.8 million now.
Correct.
Okay, and that's the one that I'm even having any hesitation on. The other stuff to me is maintenance that we've just not been able to do or not have done, and so deferred maintenance always ends up being more expensive than you do it when you're supposed to do it. I think we all know that, and so, you know, I have no concern with any of those. As we've said, the Sam Houston tennis courts, we should have never let it come to that. But that leads me to my following thought is kind of following up on what Ms. Pena mentioned is, are we really getting the full picture here? You know, what else are we missing so that we don't get into a situation next year or the year after that or the year after that where, well, you know, now we have 0 money and we got, you know, something going on at Bowie that the baseball team can't play at Bowie and they're having to go play somewhere else. And so I'd like to like Mr. Ahrens, Dr. Reich said, just get a bigger picture of what's going on with all our facilities, from the locker room to the baseball fields to everywhere else, so that we can really get a full picture of it, and then certainly prioritize it. But at least nothing's going to kind of blindside us, because this is. I mean, I'm just shocked that the tennis courts at Sam were in bad shape that they couldn't play there. I mean, to me, that's embarrassing to me that has occurred. That should have never been able to occur. And so I want to make sure this never happens again. And so that's why before we commit just about all the money that we have there, I said, let's get a full picture of what we need. And you know, any other facility issues. Mr. Carlisle just mentioned that we may have some cracks and foundations and that kind of thing. I mean, you know, I want to make sure that we have a full picture of this before we go commit, you know, 10 out of the $12 million that we have in bond resources for that. I mean, that being said, I understand we need to do the deferred maintenance. I don't think there's any doubt about that. The returfing, now we're down to 4.8 million instead of, you know, 8.3 million. So that's a little bit easier to accept for me. But I would still like to separate that as, let's look at the deferred maintenance one, because I think that's a slam dunk. I don't think we're going to have any concern about that. The new stuff, maybe let's look at it, make sure that we have a good picture of all the needs for the district, not just immediately, but over the next few years. So that would be my request for us to consider here, to separate those. We can vote on those, and then we can see how that vote goes, but I'd like to separate those. A quick question on the summer camps. I spoke briefly with Mr. Hibbs about that, and he explained this to me because I didn't understand it. My only concern, I guess, is when we lease the facilities out to a separate entity, they do carry that liability, right? So anything happens, the liability is on them.
Right, and you know, we only rent to nonprofit organizations, and they do have to provide proof of insurance before we will let them access our facilities.
Sure, and that's why we don't require any athletic trainers or EMS, right? Because that's really their their program. I'm guessing that the reason that we require, you know, some kind of athletic trainer to be there when it's one of our coaches doing it, may be for liability purposes, and if something, more than likely, they're not being pushed hard, but if something were to happen, then that liability would fall on us because we didn't have an EMS or a trainer or something like that. And I see Tony saying no. Yes.
No, of course, public school districts, as all local entities, are really exempt from liability other than, and I'm not getting into Ms. Castillo's area here, but other than transportation and special education primarily. So the reason we had a requirement to have an athletic trainer at the summer camps was because several years ago there was an incident that occurred that a young student was at one of our camps and had been at another camp all day long, and we weren't aware of that. And so this other student came here, and it was too much for him. He'd been in the sun all day long on a hot summer day. And so as a result of that incident, we decided with all strength and conditioning programs and with all youth skills camps, just to handle that situation, that an EMS technician or a trainer was going to be required. As Mr. McCullough stated earlier, with the strength and conditioning programs where these kids are really intensely training, all of the athletic coordinators the other day and the head football coaches agreed we need a trainer at those events. But where you're teaching a kindergarten kid or eighth grade student how to get in a proper three-point stance or how to dribble a basketball, there's not intensive exercise conditioning. It's not a conditioning camp, it's a skills camp. And for that reason, that's why the recommendation came that we don't really need a trainer at those kinds of camps. Now, if to answer your question about if an outside entity rents from us, they do have to have liability insurance, but that's more a due diligence on our part. Again, we are immune from tort liabilities, so, but we want to protect our kids. So if an outside entity comes here to use our facilities, we want our students to have some sort of a protection if somebody did get hurt. So that's why we make them have the liability.
And on the trainer, then the decision to have one or not have one, it's not going to be policy based, and it'll just be up to the individual coach to make that decision?
Well, it's not. None of it was policy based. It was all regulation.
Okay.
You know, it's really administrative regulation is where that came from. And so if a coach felt like with one of their summer camps that there was going to be a conditioning aspect to it where a trainer was needed, that would be up to that individual coach to have that trainer there.
Okay. All right, well, and the cost of these camps, what we pay the coaches and any other individuals, are those self-funded by the fees that they charge the participants?
Once upon a time they were. As the economy has changed and as There's more scholarships being offered for those camps. The amount that we would have to charge students in order to pay the coaches and pay the trainer and leave the 40% in the activity fund would market us right out of a summer camp. I mean, a student would not be able to afford to go to that camp. So the idea behind it is that, yes, they are definitely self-funding. In some cases, when a summer camp has gone on here, the activity fund that it was supposed to be raising funds for has actually had to help bail it out to where they could even pay just their expenses. And then that's still with the coaches basically donating their time.
Mm-hmm. So is that a continuation then? The coaches are donating their time, or is that a hit on our expense fund, on our operation fund?
I'm sorry, ask that again, please.
So the coaches are donating their time, that continues to be the case? I mean, that's not a cost to the district in terms of our operation?
No. None of this has to do with the budget, operational budget. Okay. No, it's all activity funds.
Okay. Well, my main question was about the liability, but you've answered that. And then same comment as Dr. Reich had. I don't see why Sam Houston has to be the only one playing Thursday games. I mean, if we could do something to level that out, I'd prefer to see that. Not one team just playing Thursday games, but different teams taking turns, and fully support the going back to UTA. I think that, well, unfortunately, it's not available as much as we would like it to be, but I think we talked about this, that we didn't even really realize the $99,000 in savings that we expected to realize. The savings was, I believe, a little bit less than that. So, that didn't work out, but yeah, I'd support that. So can I make an amendment to the motion?
Unless I agree.
Well, Mr. Hibbs, would you open an amendment to your motion?
Mr. Papa, I would like, if you give me an opportunity to, I've listened to y'all's comments.
Let's go through all the comments and then we'll think about an amendment.
Okay.
Because I think something's going to change here in just a minute.
That's fine.
Right? Okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. You got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back with this, and I've heard your comments. Something I want you to realize, everybody realize, we've got a pressing need now. What we're talking about, locker rooms in-house, what we're talking about, weight rooms, those things are going to have to be a future bond. They couldn't be covered under these 1999 bond funds if we tried. Those are going to be expensive items. This is what I want you guys to think about. Let's take out the two fields that were going to go to Sam Houston and to Cravens, because they already have the covered fields.
No,
okay?
you don't get to do this.
What's that?
You have a motion and a second. That has to be voted.
Well, I'm still talking as comments. This is comments at this point.
Okay.
Everybody else made their comments. I get to make comments.
Now you got 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, you took. What I'm suggesting is that we take out the two fields at Wildman. We take out, but we turf the additional 4 fields, and then we also take out the monies that they were looking at for the 2015. That brings the number down, guys, to $520,000. That takes us down to a very feasible, workable number, $6,520,000. This ticket sales alone generates $800,000 a year. We're talking about recouping our costs in 8.1 years. Let's not hold this up and nickel and dime this thing. I encourage you, let's not go and say, we want you to come back later. It took a year for these people to be able to get in here tonight. Let's address this issue. Let's go forward with the needs that we have at this time. That's my plea to this board.
Mr. Hawk.
Thank you, President Barron. Mr. Hibbs, I don't know why your plea's so passionate. I think everyone pretty much agrees with you, so, but okay. I agree with that. I think that's how the motion needs to be amended. 2015, that's something that needs to be done, but that's also 2015. We all know. Future bond, 99, very intentionally didn't have athletics. Athletics were included in some of the 99 bond, and so it is an adjustment that's needed. The rest are pieces that I think the district made a mistake delaying many of the pieces. Let me ask a couple of questions on rental of facilities. I look at this as not even so much a cost to maintain the pieces, but you can almost look at it as a marketing cost. As you bring younger students to your high school campus for more events, for field days, for junior high football games, for any piece that these high school stadiums can be used for, that gets students excited about going to that high school and playing sports and being involved in that school. That's almost a marketing cost to me. Students have choices of where they can go to school, and parents will leave, and we all know children are pretty influential over parents of where they're going to go to school. And if they come home positive about good things that occur in school, parents stay in our district. Parents move for academics, everyone's got a good education, but they also look at what's happening in fine arts and athletics. It's plain and simple. So I would task Ms. Kemp, Coach Kemp, to look at some of the pieces. You know, I keep hearing year after year, I think 2 years ago I pushed hard on how we're going to increase the rental of our facilities. In the past, I understand not renting the stadiums out much. They were actual grass. Can't risk the injury to students, can't risk injury to players, don't rent them out. The field turf has a guaranteed life of what, 8 to 10 years proper? No matter how much we use it, it's got a guarantee to use that. Guess what? We better be using those stadiums every single moment we possibly can. Not just for revenue, but for almost a marketing cost. I have the question, so Ms. Kemp, I would pose you in administration to think of reasons, not right now, but how you're going to increase your rentals, what you're going to do. I hear from many coaches that we're overpriced. I know, Ms. Kemp, we've talked about it, that our high school basketball courts are more expensive, so they're renting out other places. Well, that's great, but I'd rather decrease the price a little bit. You got to play with the market so we can rent the stadiums and their facilities out for those costs. Why do we only rent to nonprofits? Ms. Powell?
Well, if you rent to for-profit entities, then they are able to make a profit off of taxpayer subsidized and constructed, purchased properties, then that is why we have not done that.
Because then we owe taxes.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And I will say, you know, we did start renting the competition fields this year, and there has been some interest in that. We've had some of our youth football programs have asked repeatedly over the last couple of years, you know, can we get into those stadiums? And we've opened that up, and I don't think they were all used every weekend, but we've had some pretty good use on those fields.
And we're going to start actively marketing those more, because I think we've had a little change in attitude of how we rent our stadiums out. Probably pretty accurate.
Sure.
Good. That's what I think also. Let me ask one thing, and Mr. Hibbs, let me correct it, of $805,000 in revenue. We're not going to make it up. We're already making that now. So that's counter. I mean, we're already making that revenue. Let me ask this. We're talking about, all of our coaches go through training and safety of how to adhere to students, correct? Signs for heat stroke. You all know. You're all, I'm assuming, probably CPR certified. Someone is, things of that nature. And coaches, this day and age, you're still hard, but you're nowhere near what many of you went through when you were students, when I went through any of us. It used to be the days of no water, you know, we're going to see how hard you are. Guess what? That's not there anymore. Every single one of these head coaches out there that runs our school, even though I've heard you yell a lot, I understand that, but you're also guys that understand the safety of students. And so for us requiring trainers, I know y'all kind of think that's a piece. I think that's something that could be evaluated, because we are putting our coaches through training and safety. And if we do feel trainers have to be extended, why don't we look at some of the other ideas of, instead of paying them hourly, make them like some other positions within the district where we extend their work year, pay them more money overall for a whole salary, so that on those certain days they're needed, they can be allocated to those strength and conditioning programs when something is going on. That way, you're not having to pay them on an hourly fee of what we're having to push through there. The bond is the piece to go. Mr. Hibbs, I agree. Ms. Kemp, when was the turf replaced on Wildman and Craven? When was it initially installed?
It was about 7 years ago.
About 7 years. That's why y'all are predicting 2015 of use. Now let me ask this also. For many people within the Metroplex, that we have the nicest turf at Wildman and Craven. Specifically my cousin who coaches at, what is it, Naaman Forest High School. He comes over and says, man, Wildman Field has outstanding, best field turf I've used. Are we putting that same type of field turf on the practice fields? And what's our thought? Is that fully necessary? I know there's different levels of field turf, and I can understand putting the same on there.
At this point in time, in this, this broad, budgetary estimating, we hadn't developed and thought of a product yet.
Okay.
But we'll try to get, a high quality product.
Okay.
So,
And listen, I'm all for, Mr. Carlisle's heard me say many times, consistency through our buildings makes it a little easier for maintenance all around as a whole. So I can buy in and go with those pieces. One last piece, and I think Mr. Hibbs said it right on some pieces we have to look at. We got to do what to get it right, but we also have to understand that we're going to have more things that need to be done. You can't do everything right now. We've got to say, and we've already know, if another bond occurs, we've got to look at what do we get, what do we do to make ourselves and bring us up to the level we expect and the level our students, our staff, and our citizens expect. Thank you.
Mr. Hogg, I think a couple things here. If we are going out to put out, field to turf in several locations, the bid process is going to help us there as far as the price is concerned and the quality that we can have. So with the number of fields there, that would help us. The other thing I want to take the heat off a little bit off Ms. Powell and Mr. Dollinger about the rentals. There have been in the past boards that had encouraged us to get as much as we could off of rentals, and so she and her staff have been, working in that direction. So, what we're hearing tonight is a different direction from this board as far as the rentals. So, they've done a great job of trying to follow the direction of the previous board. So,
Mrs. Sullins.
Thank you, President Barron. And thank you all for coming tonight. So you're here to answer our questions. This is a big question. I am serious about world-class facilities in this district. I'm also serious about equity in our facilities in this district. And I'm glad that you brought this so that we could have this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Hibbs, for bringing this forward. I have some questions and some comments, and I'll just start in no particular order. What's the timeline on this? If we're looking at the $10 million or the $8 million, how long is this going to take to finish?
Well, you've got some phases you go through. First, you have to go through the planning process. We have to hire a design consultant to design and do construction documents, and then the construction part of it would begin. I'll give you an example that's going on now in HEB with LD Bell and Trinity High School. They broke ground on those projects right about the time the football season was over, late November, early December. And I don't know their completion date, but I anticipate their completion date is going to be midsummer, so they'll be ready for fall practice. So in the planning part of that, I would think probably, developing the design, doing the construction documents, going through the process of however we decide to procure it, either, CSP, a competitive seal proposal, design build, any of those processes, it's going to take a while to do that. So I think probably best case scenario would be about 6 months. And so I think best case scenario for us would be that we could have those ready, if we did the turf fields, we could have those ready, we'd be ready to be under construction in late fall, early of this year. if we moved on it, and with those coming around to be ready the summer of 13.
Mr. Kohler, you've been very busy since you joined AISD, have you not? And we have still a we have a lot of projects still in the bond. Will the addition of these projects be too much for your department?
Oh, don't know. We're scrambling right now, and I guess from our perspective, the construction administration part of it is probably the biggest single piece, and that potentially would be where we get into something like this, we could need some help. But there's ways around that. You just need it when you need it, and we could. We do what we need to do. We have a limited staff that does that have other jobs also. So, I think that would be the best case scenario. Would be if we could get them designed, out, opened, awarded, ready to start construction by the end of the football season this fall.
We've endured a long season of deferred maintenance.
Right.
District-wide, classrooms, athletic facilities, fine arts facilities. And I would encourage my board members and superintendent, as we go into the strategic planning process, we need to come out with a facilities plan like we talked about in 2009, so that you will have your cycle of replacement. I know that you came on at that same time, and so we're trying to move into new areas, but in terms of facilities planning. And I think that's a very critical piece, that you have we have the facilities vision in our strategic planning process for athletics, for our classrooms, for everything. A couple more individual questions, and I had to step out a minute, and someone might have asked this, but I have spent a lot of nights at baseball games that were pretty dim. I don't see any baseball lighting in here. I don't see any baseball facilities in here. Was that considered?
It wasn't on my task list to
wasn't on your,
estimates, right? So,
Coach?
and I think it's important that we do
okay.
a total athletic facility assessment.
Yeah.
Both all of our outdoor facilities, all of our indoor facilities, and that will take a while. And
right.
I think that would be something that. Working with the athletic departments at each school and with OJ, that we could do that. But I would propose that it would probably best handle if we hired someone outside to do that assessment for us.
Okay. We talk about some of these items that we may consider this evening deferring to a bond. I would like to be sure that they don't fall through the cracks, that we have some, Ms. Powell, do we have some mechanism in place that we're beginning an items to consider in the next bond, so that, or you're doing that? Great.
We got a list.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Mr. Carlisle, I drove by the tennis courts at Sam Houston after I saw some of the emails, and I saw some of the repairs that had been done years ago. I don't know how they were done, but they looked to me like globs of asphalt that were out in the repair. When you're going in to do this resurface, I would assume that there's going to be like a tear out of that to get.
At Sam Houston, yes, ma'am, it would be a big complete tear. If you look at, when you went out there, you saw those 6 courts there, and if you looked over at the 2, what they call a competitive course, which are just south of those main courts, those have a concrete foundation on those, and those are post-tension construction, and that's the standard in tennis court construction, and that would be what we would do. There would be nothing, the old courts it wouldn't be a patch job or a repair job.
I've heard you say that there'd be top flight, and I believe that the work that you have overseen in this bond has been outstanding, and I'm so pleased with every project that you have overseen. So I'm looking forward to that. Let me see if I had a couple of other just small questions. The fields at Cravens and Wildman, do they need any interim repairs? They're 7 years old. Or is there some maintenance that we need to do?
We've got some issues with those fields now, and we're in process of trying to get the manufacturer back to do some some warranty work that we feel is justified. So
that'd be included in this total review of athletics facilities?
Yeah, I think we need to. We're trying to get that done for us, but we might incur some expense there.
Okay. And just briefly, why is Bowie's track a problem? It's a newer school. Is it, I'm seeing there's a...
Well, it is, as you go around it, it does this.
Nice.
Okay. And which isn't very safe.
No.
Especially, you've got some big dips and dives on the inside lanes. And so what that tells me is what's underneath it has failed.
Okay.
You know, the substrate underneath it is not stable enough to support it. So we feel like the only way that we can correct that would be to take that out and stabilize that ground underneath it, put a new foundation in there, and redo those. We've got some drainage issues there that may be a part of the problem. It's kind of hard to tell, but you know, something's causing that, and you know, the ground underneath is not stable. So that would be the correct fix.
I was curious. Thank you very much. Thank you again to everyone who's here this evening and for everyone who brought this out for us to have a great discussion. No, since I've been on the board, we really haven't sat down and talked about athletic needs, and I'm glad we're doing it tonight.
Mrs. Pena.
I'll try to be quick. One thing was, you know, I was on the committee that did the 1999 bond. That was a long time ago. And this is a lot of money to have left over from that commitment. But our superintendent had said recently that we needed to get back into a rhythm of doing a bond package every 5 years. And this sounds like that's where we're headed, and that's good. So all these things, I didn't want to hold anything up, Mr. Hibbs. I just wanted to make sure we were all-encompassing. The other thing is, this is gnawing at me, so this is why I'm going to ask this question, because I can't not ask this question. Mrs. Powell, we had been talking about the possibility of doing the 6th grade move, and I thought we had said that we were going to use some of this money to do it.
That when we made our presentation in November, we gave a cost estimate for that particular scenario of $30 million to be possibly funded with through a couple of sources. One is $10 million that's in the current bond package for classroom additions, and then another $11.8 million could come from the surplus bond fund. So yes.
So I mean, I could remember that conversation, and I thought I can't not ask this question because, you know, if we had set aside that money, this specific money for that potential, of course we haven't voted on that and haven't fully come to that conclusion, but I thought we need to know what we're talking about, money we had already said we were going to use this money for if we have to look in a different direction. So I couldn't not ask the question.
Mr. Papa.
Just real briefly, the timeline on the track and the tennis courts would be different than the football fields, I'm assuming, right? Mr. Carlo?
I think so. My experience, the tennis courts would be pretty quick. Now, whether we could, you know, react from here and get them ready for the beginning of school, I doubt that. We don't have a whole lot of time between now and then to get it planned and bid and awarded and constructed. That would actually take, it happened pretty quick. So I think, to be realistic, probably they would, you know, if we got started tomorrow, we probably wouldn't have those ready for the beginning of the school term. I think it would be. The track is probably going to take about 4 to 6 months to do, maybe not quite that long, but close. We get into the issue when you get into the winter months with those tracks, though, and they have some weather restrictions on when they can actually lay that polyurethane. And so we'd have to wait for temperature days where that could happen. And I'd guess that to be very similar if we got started tomorrow. That's going to be a bigger design issue because we got more issues than we do with the tennis courts. We got drainage issues. We got you know, what's going on underneath us, issues on the subgrade, and we would have to get all that investigated first. So I think if we started on the track, of course, when you start on the track at Bowie, I think we would be smart to have that as one piece with the turf and the track included together. I think that makes sense to do that. I wouldn't do either one of them exclusive of the other one, because you know, you don't have a brand new track and then start driving front end loaders over the top of it to take out the materials for the synthetic turf. So I think that would need to be one project.
The resurface at Martin, I've seen that because I do run on that track.
Yeah. That's pretty quick.
But that's pretty quick, right? I mean, there's just
what they do is they'll go in and they'll blade off that existing polyurethane.
Yeah.
And then they'll check all of the asphalt and what repairs that need to be done, those can be done. And usually that's about a 60-day, depending on weather, kind of project. Those resurface, a complete resurface.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Barron. Mr. Pompa covered on the timeline question that I had. I guess the only other thing I'd add on that is would there be communication with the tennis and the track coaches as far as collaboration on when they think it would best fit for the kids and the seasons?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I assumed it would. I just want to make sure.
We'd have to do that. I wouldn't ever.
You're not going to just pull up and say, sorry, guys.
Show up and say, hey, you can't use these courts anymore. So we'd have to get that coordinated. And, you know, weather has a lot to do with when we do this stuff. So we would want to time that not only when it's they can't use those anyway now, the tennis courts.
Right.
So, you know, I think that probably would not really matter at this point.
Okay. Two final comments. One on the nonprofit versus for-profit entities. Maybe that's something we consider. Yeah, we'd have to pay taxes on it, but tax that we pay versus revenue gained, as long as we're not in jeopardy of any other issue, it might be something to consider. I'll just put that out for thought. And then the only other thing I'd say to my colleagues is pretty comfortable with everything we've discussed, but I, for one, would be more comfortable. This is the first time we've heard all this stuff tonight. I would not prefer to act on it tonight. I mean, timelines, we're not going to be impacted by doing it now versus 2 weeks from now, and that might give Coach Kemp and the rest of her team there to come up with any other possibilities of things that, oh, maybe we should put this also or take this off. So I would encourage us to pay attention to it, get it done, but not tonight, next time. Thanks.
Mr. Huck.
Dr. Reich, I have to counter you. I think it is time to take action tonight, and if other things need to be approached, then we approach them when they come forward without that. And I think this does guarantee one of our teams will win a state championship, correct? Thank you. And I would also ask Mr. Barron if we could have Mr. Hibbs restate his motion, please.
Mr. Pompa.
I was just going to make the comment that it looks like we're down to more like around $6.5 million. And so we're only spending half of the money that's in there. And to me, that's a whole different comfort level, Dr. Reich, to your comments that if something else does come up, if you, as you kind of consider it and look at everything, say, hey, you know what, there is something else that is really needs to get done, we have some funds left. I mean, when we were looking at, blowing the whole amount, that kind of concerned me, but we're down to $6.5 million right now. I feel a lot more comfortable with that, so thank you.
I don't know that it took a year for this to come to the board. It's been maybe a week. on the whole list, the only thing I can absolutely guarantee I'll vote for is the tennis court replacement at Sam. I support the rest of it, but as Dr. Reich was saying, this is the first time we've seen this list. This is a lot of money. And whether it's 6 million or 10 million, it's still a lot of money from a fund that has been sitting there waiting for a project. And I don't know if this is just a project that came up or what. However, we do have a motion and a second. Mr. Hibbs, would you like to change your motion or alter it anyway? I'll allow you to do whatever you need right now to make a new motion.
Okay. I would like to alter my motion. New motion would be to resurface the tracks that are mentioned, the tennis courts that are mentioned, the track replacement at Bowie, and the addition of the four remaining high schools that we do not have a artificial track at, or turf at this present time. So that would exclude Lamar and Wildman. The new total should come out somewhere at $6,520,000.
Mr. Hibbs, did you have the tennis court replacements? I did not hear that.
Yeah, it would be everything with the exception of the removal of the 2 fields for Lamar and Sam for the returfing, and then the replacement of the synthetic turf that'll happen in 2015.
So hang on a second. This is the entire list minus synthetic turf at Lamar and Sam.
And then the replace the synthetic turf of 2015. So we're taking, right now we've got 6 units listed.
Okay.
We're going to reduce that to 4. We're going to take out the 2 units for the 2015 replacement and talk about those at a future time.
What'd you get for a total?
$6,520,000. I know Bob Carlisle's going to come in way cheaper.
Hope so.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Couple things I need to.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Hibbs, second by Mrs. Sullins. Discussion, Mr. McCullough.
We need direction about UTA. I didn't hear that in the motion.
That's good. I think we have to have that separate.
Okay. And Ms. Powell, do you have a comment?
The charge we were given was to identify these needs and present this, and a question was raised earlier about, could we use these old surplus bond funds? And I think, we said that we think we can, but we need to visit with our bond counsel and make sure that these particular projects fall within the proposition language on the original ballot. We've had brief conversation this evening with our bond counsel when they were here, and they said, yeah, they would want to do a little research on that. They think it's permissible. There was a general phrase in the proposition. There were actually 4 propositions in the 1999 bond package, and each one of those propositions contained a phrase that said that any surplus funds could be used for construction and equipping of any buildings, any school buildings, or purchase of any land therefore. So we just need to be real careful with that and make sure that we're okay with our bond counsel, that we can go forth and use those surplus bond funds for this kind of work.
I have no problem saying that we go ahead with the approval pending a final review from legal counsel.
Okay.
Second.
Dr. Reich.
I'm all for this. I can't vote for it tonight in its current state. I'm I'm all for it, and don't take a no vote on this as me not being for this. I just really think 2 weeks isn't much to ask for us to consider $6 million for the first time hearing it. I don't think that's fully responsible as a governing body, and 2 weeks isn't much to ask. Plus the contingency, that's what I have to say. Nothing negative towards you guys at all. I fully support this.
I'm in exactly the same boat. No further lights, please vote. 5-2, the ayes have it. You got a new bunch of grass, fake grass. What? All right, now we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with a revamped agenda. What? What? We can still do a 5-minute break. They'll be here. Cynthia. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we will continue with everybody's favorite trustee, Mr. Hibbs.
Thank you, President Barron. I promise you this will not take nearly as long. I motion that we go to recontract with UTA for fall football and soccer events and any other opportunities that we might have that we've used. Oh, not before? We're not going to use soccer like we did before? Okay, okay, so we're just going to go. Right, thank you.
So what Mr. Hibbs meant to say was?
Is that we go with the district's recommendation for recontracting with UTA.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Hibbs, second by Ms. Sullins to go back to UTA. Discussion? Please vote. All voting in the affirmative. Let's hope we can go back to UTA next year. Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. I don't think we have to take action on this as it's an administration piece, but unless anyone on the board objects to changing the administrative regulations of summer camps, I think that is the idea that the board is looking for administration to move forward with. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, is schools close to transfers. Mr. McCullough.
President Barron, due to the lateness of the hour, we're open to tabling schools closed to transfers to 12/12/2013 until the next board meeting. But we do need, unless the board tells us not to, we're going to move ahead with our procedures that we normally have and advertise that about when transfers will start, when people can actually come and camp out, and all the procedures we've used in the past. We'll move forward advertising that. As far as the actual schools that will be closed, we'll bring those back to you on the 16th, but we do need to take action that day because the transfer will start at the end of that month. So otherwise, we can table it for tonight.
Any board members with a burning desire to see that list of schools right now?
I could act on it quickly, but I can also wait.
How long is Mr. Harvey's presentation?
Short.
Let's do it.
I'm not short, but the presentation is. Okay,
Short,
Mr. Barron.
short, Mr. Harvey.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Mr. Barron, Superintendent McCullough, and board members, we're here to talk about schools closed to transfers for the 2012-2013 school year. I'll start by showing you the numbers of transfers for the current year. We have a total of 7,832 students who are attending a campus that is different from one where their home is located. That includes both program transfers and what we would consider regular transfers. For the 2012-2013 school year, we are recommending the following elementaries be closed: Atherton, Crouch, Ellis, Johns, Larson, Morton, Spear, Thornton, Webb, and Williams. For our junior highs, we're recommending that we close Barnett and Shackelford. Our high schools closed to transfers would be Bowie, Lamar, Martin, and Sam Houston High School. The exceptions to transfers to closed schools would include students who are presently at that transfer school would continue to be able to have that. It would be a renewal. Students that have a sibling on transfer to the school for the next year with a sibling rule would be allowed to transfer into a closed school. And students who attend the elementary or junior high feeder would be able to move forward in the feeder system to those junior high and high schools even if they are closed. The procedures for next year: parents will be allowed to start camping in our east parking lot on Tuesday, February 21st. Monday is a holiday on the 20th this year. They could camp through Saturday, February 25th. There would be a fee of $50 that would be charged to parents who camp in the east lot, and they would be able to work with our accounting department to pay that fee and would receive a permit that they could display. We would begin processing transfers on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock on February 25th and we would then continue that through the rest of the year. If a requested grade level for an open school, but there are no openings at that grade level, then a waiting list would be created. Parents could put their children on 2 waiting lists. The charge for a transfer is $65 until March 31st, in which time it rises to $100. Waiting lists for all transfers would be processed in August. So we are recommending the schools we discussed be closed for the 2012-2013 school year.
Questions? Ms. Pena?
I had asked the question about Berry Elementary and was told that was not closed because there were some, I mean, are we saying 2, 3 within a grade?
That's what it usually is. There's a ratio that we look at. K4, it's 19-1. For 5th grade, 25-1. And 6th grade, I believe, is 29-1. So if there's openings below that ratio, then we would still have some. And so there can be, and we don't know that yet until we go through staffing. So prior to the 21st, we'll know what those numbers are. But there are going to be probably a few grades that'll be open in Berry. The reason Berry wasn't closed, we really look at the very largest schools. Berry's kind of right on the borderline there. They have a little bit of capacity that we can still put a few students in to existing ratios.
Okay, that's to me kind of a tricky numbers game to make a statement that the school is over capacity and yet we have vacancies in grades.
And within certain grades, there can be small numbers of vacancies.
We have that at a lot of our schools, but we do still have some capacity, and we want to have the open transfers that people can. If we did it, closed it on, that particular, we'd be closing a lot of our schools. We do have, we're not going to put, if they have 17 to 1 in a class, 4th grade, we're going to let a few people come in. So.
I understand that. I guess I just think that the terminology is kind of contradictory. So it is an overcapacity if we're going to add more students.
Well, I mean, it's near capacity, but we have, I guess we just say we have space available in certain grade levels. It's something been our procedure for many years, and it's worked well.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Dr. Reich?
Thank you, President Barron. As far as the immediate list that's recommended, I don't really have a problem with it. I will easily vote for that. I agree with what Ms. Pena said, and do think that is something maybe we need to look at into the future, because if we have a couple of openings in fourth grade, we put those kids in there. We've got temporary buildings on because the overall campus population is oversized. It just seems like we're leading and growing more overcrowding. It might be painful, but we might have to say at some point to get a handle on this that all schools are closed. We can't handle this. But of course, we do like to have that choice. So I don't have a problem tonight with this, but it is something I think we should look at strategically into the future. The only other thing that I'd like to say is I'm supportive and will vote in favor of the recommendation on the schools. The additional recommendations are the procedures. They're procedures and not really anything at this point defined in policy for us to really address, but I just want to state that I don't really like the camping out idea. I never have. I know other folks on this board like it from a marketing perspective. I think the safety issues outweigh the risk. I think there's an equity, and I'm also thinking that the $50 fee creates a level of inequity. I think everybody should have equal access to this opportunity in our district, regardless of what their socioeconomic status, and this lends against that, I believe. And if I had the perfect world, I think we would have no fee assessed and have people line up with security allowing them into the parking lot 2 hours beforehand, and that's it. So, but that's, like I said, it's a procedural issue. So that's all.
Ms. Sullins.
Thank you, President Barron. I'd like to make a motion to approve the administration's recommendation of schools closed to transfers for the 2012-2013 school year.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sullins, second by Mrs. Pena to approve the district's recommendation. And Mr. McCullough has a comment?
There was a change, and Mr. Harvey came to me and recommended that we start this process on Saturday instead of Monday morning. And so we will not have people camping out over that weekend, because people have the opportunity to come in on Saturday and take care of it, and his staff is willing to do that. And so that will save us a couple of days there of people camping out. So
please vote. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Appreciate it. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Mrs. Powell.
President Barron, board members, Mr. McCullough, there are 5 bids on the agenda.
Items to be withdrawn. Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
There are 5 bids on the agenda for your consideration this evening. In all cases, the administration recommends the lowest bids meeting specifications and the bids representing the best value to the district. We also have donations to report this evening. It's my pleasure to report that our schools have received donations from the following individuals and organizations: the Arlington High School Band Booster Club, Martin Sprocket and Gear, Arlington Kiwanis Foundation, Emmy Wade Family Funeral Home, Bowie High School Girls Basketball Booster Club, the Lamar High School Golf Booster Club, Martin High School Band Booster Club, the Martin High School Girls Soccer Booster Club, Martin High School Boys Basketball Booster Club, Martin High School Girls Basketball Booster Club, 360 Events, Seguin High School Starline Booster Club, Seguin High School Boys Basketball Booster Club, Clifford and Beverly Jacobs, General Mills Box Tops for Education, Shackelford Junior High School Boys Athletic Booster Club, St. Albans Episcopal Church, Susan Stage, World's Finest Chocolate, Doctors Alexander Orthodontics, First Rate Incorporated, Walmart Neighborhood Market, and so the total donations presented for your consideration this evening, $40,623, which brings our year-to-date total to $440,095.
Thank you, Mrs. Powell, and thank you to our generous community. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Motion to accept.
Motion by Mrs. Pena, second by Dr. Reich to accept the consent. Is there any discussion? Please vote. All voting in the affirmative, the consent passes. Mark, I know you're out there. We're going to go to MGT after all. Next item we're going to consider is the MGT report. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you. The MGT report this evening covers the next 10 items that we've been discussing. And so these will be rather quick because we've taken action on many of them. 2.6 is to eliminate Library Services Department, reassign the duties to ELA, and we've done that, so that's been completed. Developed a paired system, 2.7, of instructional facilitators to share a facilitator between two elementaries. That's something that the district is not considering doing, and that for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is because of the fact that that's really title money and it's supplemental money, and so it's really not a savings in the local budget, and so those are instructional facilitators that we use to support the schools and the instruction, so we're not going to do that. Renegotiate the district's legal services contract. The district plans to implement, and that was actually voted on last board meeting in January. Eliminate 2.9, eliminate community program area and reassign the program duties to other staff. That was done also, so that's been completed. 2.10 is to reassign the hearing officer duties for FNG local, level 2, and level 3 to other central office staff. We do not plan to implement that. We did look at that and discuss it with our attorney and looked at how that would work so that it would be more independent, and so we're continuing the same system based on some of those discussions. 2-11 regarding eliminating one athletic assistant director and one temporary clerk position and reassigning the duties to remaining athletic department staff. That partially was done, or was done, I should say, last year. 2-12, establish a sunset review process for AISD, and that's a board decision, school board decision. 2-13 is reduce the staffing for registered nurses, certified counselors, librarians to half an FTE per elementary school campus and develop a paired system for assigning positions. That is something the district does not plan to implement. We've looked at that and we studied that when that recommendation was made, and that just didn't seem a
Right,
way to operate.
That was something, that when this report came to the board last year, I said we weren't going to do that. I wasn't going to recommend that, and we didn't. And I think the next thing up is counselors.
And we all agreed with you.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, we all agreed, and but that was very emphatic that that was not in our plans. And I believe counselors was another one that is on this list, and we said we weren't going to do that. So
2-14 is about reducing the number of under-enrolled classes and non-special ed classes by a minimum of 30%. And that's something that we have determined that we would study. And our deadline was to look at it before the semester ended, and we have. And that's intricately tied to the staffing that you're going to consider, and staffing in terms of personnel affects class size. And so that's all that is part of tonight's presentation. 2-15, reduce the ratio of administrators and counselors to students to reduce the number of secondary assistant principals and counselor positions. Part of that recommendation was implemented in terms of the ratio of assistant principals, and that was completed last year as well. Those are the next 10 in the MGT report in Chapter 2.
Thank you. Mr. Hibbs. Never mind. Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, President Barron. On item 2-12, establish a sunset review process for AISD. As you read into MGT's recommendations more, it made the recommendation for this to be done through the audit department. Tonight in our audit committee meeting with our internal auditor, we definitely had some questions and major concerns about where this could create conflict of interest as committees are being reviewed. And then it's appointed, if that's being done through the audit committee, and then we have to go in and audit it. Our auditor was concerned there would be conflict of interest of him reviewing that. So we think, personally, that the sunset review process, I think, could be a really good thing for the AISD, but I don't think we need to go from MGT's recommendation that it should be done through the internal audit department, is the one piece I wanted to stay on behalf of the committee tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the item that everybody's waiting for, high school class size and staffing ratios. Mr. McCullough.
thank you, President Barron. This is something that when we went to our new fiscal year of June 30th, and we were talking about the budget process back in a work session back in the fall, it was asked that we bring staffing ratios back at the very beginning of our budget process, and we are at the very beginning, and we're bringing this information and recommendation to the board tonight. This is a discussion item. So.
Good evening, or should I say good morning. President Barron, Superintendent McCullough, and members of the board.
It's not morning yet.
We're almost there. The Personnel Department is here this evening to discuss, review, and recommend class sizes as well as staffing process and staffing ratios for the 2012-13 budget year. Starting with high school, our current process of utilizing the projected enrollment and staffing divisor to yield the number of non-special ed locally funded teachers is at best a mere estimate of class size. We have determined that that divisor is at best, as we say, a estimate of class size. We are recommending utilizing a different staffing formula for the current season of staffing. We are recommending a staffing process that will better articulate the average class size of non-special ed locally funded positions, a model that utilizes the average class size, schedule type, and calculates the number of teachers needed. This new formula has come to us from Moat Casey and Associates and their staffing divisor process. We have done a little research across the Metroplex, and there are other school districts that are utilizing this, and we feel that this would give us a better estimate of class size using this process. The staffing formula is represented on this slide, and it incorporates projected student enrollment, total class periods, the average number of student class per classes, and the classes taught by teachers to yield the number of teachers needed. We have given you a sample. I know this is very hard to read on this slide, but you have a handout before you that shows that if you have a sample class projected enrollment of 2,500 students for a given campus, this staffing calculator populates the fields and gives us the exact average class size, which is a better formulation than the current divisor system that we're utilizing. Given that staffing formula and our current teaching schedule of 7 out of 8 periods, if you apply that staffing formula to our current enrollment, our average class size currently is 24 students at the high school level. That class size of 24 is further impacted by variables today: course requests, enrollment versus projections, special ed funding, additional positions that are aligned to curriculum initiatives such as our academically unacceptable, our star-focused campuses, the teachers that we return to the campuses due to surplus positions, our master schedule complexities, and credit opportunities that we are providing to students. So if you apply those variables to the new staffing formula giving us the class average of 24, you will see how we are yielding lower class sizes at the high schools. The average class size at Arlington High is 20.5, at Bowie 19, Lamar 21.1, Martin 21.4, Sam Houston 18.7, Seguin 18.1, to give us an average district class size across our high schools of 19.9, and that's based on those different variables that impact our class size of 24. However, if you apply the Moat-Casey model to the 2012-13 projections, and remember we're going back to a block schedule of 6 of 8 periods, this slide depicts what the average class size would be if we took that formula, populated it into the Moat-Casey formula, and this would yield the different class sizes. So for your consideration, you're looking at whether you want the class size for next year at the high school to be 24. That would mean we would need 130 additional teachers for a total cost of $7.2 million. If you prefer that class size to be 25, it would yield 94 additional teachers for a total of $5.2 million. Our 26 would be 63 at 3.5, and so on and so forth. You will recall back on our meeting of December 8th, we estimated that to go back to block schedule, it would yield about 60 teachers. Given this formula, we can more accurately project that now to be 63. So given that model, it would cost $3.5 million versus what we had estimated back in December. So administration is recommending at high school that we stay with the average class size, that we go to an average class size of 26, given our change to 6 of 8 schedule for going back to block scheduling, and that would be a cost of $3.5 million. And that's based on what we discussed back on December 8th at our board meeting at that time. Moving to the junior high class data, applying the Moat-Casey model to our current enrollment and 6 out of 7 periods yields us an average class size of 23 currently. If you apply those staffing variables, the same course request, enrollment versus projection, special ed funds, additional positions aligned with curriculum initiatives.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, sir.
When you say, it says special funded position, doesn't say special ed positions.
Special funded, I'm sorry, that's such as our House Bill 1 and the like.
Okay, I just, you said that a while ago at the high school, and I just want to make sure that.
That's a correction. Thank you, Mr. McCullough, for pointing that out. Not special ed, special funded position, such as our House Bill 1 initiatives, IB, those sort of positions. Thank you for the correction. Additionally, junior high has an opportunity to double block certain subjects for curriculum initiatives. our ESL transition to English, and our STAR focused classes. So those are variables that impact the junior high class size. Given those variables and our current enrollment, the enrollment at the junior high for Bailey would be at 19.6, and then this slide reflects the additional junior highs going all the way through our junior high schools to a district average of 19.1 currently at the junior high, given our different staffing variables. If we apply the Moat-Casey formula to next year's projections, our teaching schedule will remain the same at 6 of 7. We're not making any changes at the junior high. Our current average class size is 23, and given that our enrollment is slightly increasing at the junior high, that would mean we would lose four teachers. Excuse me. Let me make a check on that. Check on something real quick. Yes, our junior high is slightly increasing. However, given the configuration of our class sizes, we would lose 4 teachers at the junior high, and that would mean we would net $220 million, $220,000, excuse me. That would be, I know you would jump on that. $220,000 at the junior high, and if we were to increase class size, this shows you the additional, the loss of teachers at each level. Administration is recommending that there be no change at the junior high. We maintain class size at 23, and that would net us $220,000. Okay. Moving on to elementary. Elementary is governed by Texas Education Code for classroom compliance, K-4. We also currently utilize that same class size in our pre-K of 22:1. So we are recommending to maintain our K-4 ratios at 22:1 to be in state compliance. Currently, the district practices a 26:1 at 5th grade and a 30:1 at 6th grade, and at this time, the administration is not recommending any changes at the elementary level. However, if you'd like to consider changing, lowering class size at the 5th grade, here is the dollars that would impact that. If you were to lower the 5th grade ratio from 25:1, 24:1, 23:1, and 22:1, we would need additional teachers ranging from $330,000 to $1.5 million to lower the class size at 5th grade. If you're wishing to lower class size at 6th grade, currently we're at 30:1, lowering it from 29:1 to 22:1 would range from $55,000 to $2.7 million. For your consideration, we'd like to let you be aware of our timeline for staffing so that we can be sure to be within our recruiting timelines, and also allowing teachers to have ample time to request transfers if we're needing teachers across the district. We'd like to maintain our current staffing conferences, starting elementary conferences February 17th through the 24th, and secondary March 19th through the 28th. Ms. Clark and Ms. English are here to answer any questions that you may have. I know I went through that very quick, given a late hour.
Well, that's all right. At the high school, class size 26?
Yes, we are recommending 26.
26. Do we have a cap on the high school class size or the junior high class size?
No, sir. No state compliance for that.
Well, we don't need state. Do we have a cap locally?
Well, when we get considerably above 30, we're
right.
going to be talking.
Our current target is 30,
right.
Not to ever exceed 30.
And
that has been our target, but the divisor system that we have been using has not been close to that target, as you can see from the prior slides.
But if we, after we schedule in fall and we look up and we see 37 in core classes and things like that, we start talking to the principals and looking for ways to lower that. I mean, sometimes it happens because of schedules, but it's something we work real hard at to make sure that we don't get that high. So, but there's no cap. But the cap is us. I mean, we check it.
Cap was internal.
Right.
Administrative regulations. Ms. Clark does monitor that very closely.
Because we could give you a cap.
We're recommending a cap now, I guess, of 26 average class size. And if you'd like to give us a cap, certainly we could work within that consideration.
So these elementary numbers, if we change 6th grade, 5th grade, these per school numbers?
This is across the district. This is additional teachers we would need across the district.
So if we change the 6th grade class size from 30 to 29, we need 1 teacher?
Right, given our current configuration, yes.
Okay. Mrs. Owens.
Thank you, President Barron. I have a, thank you for bringing this evening. Ms. Evans, I do have some questions. When you mentioned that there's some other districts that are using the Moat Casey model.
Yes.
Any in particular that, are they right around here, or are they further out in Texas? Or?
I believe Garland was one of the ones that we noticed that was a black size.
And
that's comparable to us.
When I look at the new formula, I'm wondering if we consider adding parameters to it, much like we do with the rest of the budget. And maybe with the formula, we look at, like, for example, core classes. Really interested in maybe keeping the core classes lower in size than some others, or possibly some other types of classifications. You tell me, but I'm thinking in a science classroom, there's probably safety issues in a lab science that maybe you would need a class size a bit smaller. Are there? I would be interested if there were like some parameters that we could refine this to right size, especially our core classes.
Currently, within the allotted number of teachers that a campus gets, that's part of the process that principals go through. And so they set their class load, if you will. And so typically those science classes are set at a lower expectation because of lab space, etc. Some of our technology classes due to the number of computers or workstations.
What about English and math and the 4x4?
They typically look at that on a campus by campus basis based on where they have their high needs, where we can run into complications if it's been a difficult year and we have needs in all of those areas, and so that in part goes back to the staffing divisor that we had, and I think it's a fair statement to say that there's a fair amount of flexibility within that divisor so that principals have the opportunity to say, I need to focus here in math or on science and have lower class sizes here and have higher class sizes here based on my current campus needs. And of course also, not to complicate the issue, but to complicate the issue, they also, when we look at our special funds, out of House Bill 1, one of those units is designated to lower class size in either math or science, and they identify that in the staffing process. I'm going to have one additional math teacher that will help lower math class sizes. And so we see that if that teacher is going to teach Algebra 1, then we see all of the Algebra 1 classes have the benefit of 6 more sections in that Algebra 1 course, which lowers all of the class sizes for Algebra 1. And then we have also the compensatory education funds that are utilized to lower the class sizes. So most campuses, all campuses have some special funds that help in addition to that.
So it's a campus decision?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have performance metrics that would give me an idea of how student achievement may change with a varying class size?
I do not.
Okay. I had a few letters from high school teachers this year. we all have, and I appreciate the work that we've done. But it was great to have the dialogue too. And one thing I heard universally is sometimes it's just too many students. And I certainly understand that maybe 180 students, if you're grading essays, that's a lot of students. So I'm very interested in maybe refining this improvement that we have with the Moat Casey model by adding some parameters for certainly core classes, or there may be some other types of classifications that rather than paint with a broad brush district-wide on a giant average, what it may be, we do some more strategic deployment of teaching resources.
I don't know that the MOOC Casey, as we understand it at this point, would allow us to do it course by course or department by department, because it starts with that projection and gives a big number. So.
Right. You mean just the model,
Just
the modeling
yes,
tool
yes,
from
the
MOOC Casey?
formula itself.
Perhaps Mr. Harvey could help with a download of that we could then refine.
You just woke Mr. Harvey up, okay? But, you know, the MOOC Casey formula, it gives us an average class size, you know, just looking up there. Then we have all the different variables that she mentioned a while ago. As far as working to, you know, parameters, you know, I mean, if we had those parameters, I mean, the board wanted to, we could work within those parameters. Now, could it cost more teachers? It could. It could also overload some other classes. You know, we just have to work through it. I mean, but the board was wanting to say, okay, in English, language arts, we don't, you know, no more than 26 students total. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, it could, we could work with that, but it could cost us.
It would seem that perhaps if we could look at some parameters, look at a class cap, student workload per student, and a class minimum. You know, maybe, you know, because, you know, we have a significant number of classes that have a very small enrollment. I would be interested in those parameters on this MOOC Casey formula.
We could, I mean, we can work on that in, you know, in the next 2 weeks, but we're really, we can bring that back as far as, you know, how it would affect us if we had a minimum, you know, 10 in a class, they have to have 10. How that would affect some classes. There might be some things we couldn't offer. We could look at putting a maximum, you know, cap, and we bring back what that would cost us in addition. Again, all the MOOC Casey does is just give us gets us to 26 to 1, and we have all those variables to work in. But I mean, you know,
that's exactly what I'm thinking, Mr. Superintendent. Is it like a min, a max, and a focus on some core academic student achievement areas that we need to make sure we put enough resources on. So.
Well, you know, we could work up something for a minimum of 10. I mean, that's the lowest class would go. We could work on the core classes of a maximum of 26, you know, especially language arts, science, math, and but that would, I mean, and come back with what that would, the additional cost would be. There would be some, and it would be some courses that we may not be able to offer, but we, you know, yeah, we need that guidance. I mean, we haven't worked in those guidance in the past. We've just, you know, average class size, and we never have really talked about the minimum. Well, we talked about it, but we didn't want to not offer certain things. So, are those numbers? I mean, is that, if we can come back with that?
I would like to hear the rest of the board's.
But we can, you know, we can work it up.
Yep.
So.
Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Barron. If I happen to fall asleep in the middle of this, please wake me up. It's late. I would have to concur with Ms. Sullins. Looking at this overall model, it would seem to me pretty simple to take that overall formula instead of big numbers as far as projected student enrollment and just put that down to core subject areas, projected student enrollment in English, in math, in science, social studies, et cetera, to get those sub numbers to help group things, to have little bit more flexible modeling versus an overall average. Just at a very high level, our current high school average of 19.9, looking at a recommended of 26. I don't know how that's working, but I don't like that direction. I know that's overall average, and
Dr. Rice, remember that the 26 is a base, is a starting point before those variables are added to that. So
okay.
We have not been able to project in this model because we haven't experienced it yet.
Right.
When the variables are added into that 26, what will be the overall average?
Right.
So remember,
Okay.
the overall average was 24 when we moved to that 19.9, and that was with a 7 out of 8 model. Now that we're moving to a 6 out of 8 model, we're recommending a 26, and when you add in those variables, it will be much lower.
Okay. Okay. The other thing on the low end, looking at the MGT, the recommendation was reduce the number of under-enrolled classes, non-special ed, by a minimum of 30%. And I don't see how that's addressed, compensated for at all with these formulas. We haven't touched on it, so I was hoping that we'd hear that. Dr. Cavazos kind of led that we'd hear something there. We haven't, so we're not realizing that. I don't know what has been addressed there. So if we could have that, that would be great. The other question I have is there's a list to pick from on junior high and elementary different classes as far as average class size. Has there been a facilities analysis to go along with these ratios? If we go like 5th grade 22-to-1 versus 25-to-1, 6th grade 22-to-1 up to 29-to-1, if we go down to 22-to-1, do we have the facilities for that? I mean, what I personally need, the that data to be able to fully assess what we're looking at doing for staffing projections. If we don't have places to put people, well, there's a physical limitation. I think we need to have that. At this point, that's all I've got. It's midnight. I'm tired.
So there needs to be a bottom number on those, a feasibility number. Yeah. Mr. Papa.
Thank you, President Barron. I know that this is something that the Futures Finance Committee is going to be dealing with because that's part of their charge. And I see that we have 2 of our Futures Financial Committee here still braving the... Yeah, soldiering on at midnight. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. But just briefly on the breakdown of at the high school level, are we able to compare that with other successful districts and how we compare in ratios in terms of at the high school sizes? If we're 26 and district that have high level of success, are they at 28? Are they at 22? Have we looked at that whatsoever?
We have not done that feasibility study, no.
Okay, I would like to see something like that in terms of how we compare to other districts. And since we're talking about we're starting to talk about the road to the broad prize, maybe some of those districts that have been very successful in comparing our numbers to those numbers, and see how we, just using those as benchmarks, that'll give us a better idea than just looking at these numbers by themselves. I mean,
primarily at the high school, Mr. Pompton?
No. High school is only what I mentioned, but high school,
across the board? Junior
high, elementary, across the board would be beneficial. This is not something that you need to bring back in 2 weeks, but it'd be beneficial when we look at these numbers not to look at them just by themselves because they don't tell the full picture. We're looking, and I'm looking at any way to add a little bit of space, wiggle room within our budget over the next few years, because I've mentioned it before, we're not going to be able to continue to go through every year without some kind of raise to the staff. And when I look at the opportunities that we have here in the MGT cost containment study, and I didn't talk about a whole lot about it because that's another charge for the Futures Finance Committee, and we have some really great people that are going to be working on this over the next few months. So I know it's going to be addressed at a much deeper level than what we have here. But you know, reducing the number of under-enrolled classes by a minimum of 30%. They're projecting $5 million, you know, in 5 years. It's about $1 million a year. You know, every $3 million that we save is a 1% raise that we can start talking about, maybe putting into our budget. So, you know, these are the kinds of things that we have to really look at, and there's no reason why we shouldn't look at something like that. You know, they're under enrolled classes. They're not making. There's, you know, 5 or 6, 10 kids in the class or something like that. And hey, you know what? If a class doesn't make, it doesn't make. I agree. We have to have a minimum. These are elective classes, obviously, that we're talking about. Just like in college, if there's not enough people interested in the class, well, then I'm sorry, you know, we're just not going to offer it. So I'm in full support of that, and see, that's the only thing that I had. Comparison numbers, and then if we're looking at statistics, you know, an average tells just one very general picture. I mean, if we can maybe have some median data and that kind of thing, you know, just be beneficial. The more information you can give us, the better. Thank you.
Mr. McCollum.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Pompa, and we do run into some problems, you know, as far as staffing is concerned. We, you know, there may be a class that, you know, has real small numbers, or 2 classes of teachers has small numbers. We can eliminate those, but we still have the teacher that you know, has to teach somewhere something, and so it becomes very complicated, and because we can't just say, teacher, you know, you don't have a job anymore. They have to be utilized in some way, and so that's one of the problems that we face. This is something we're going to look at, and we'll figure out what classes we do are unutilized and what we would do there. I think it's a good process, and but I just want the board to understand that this is very complicated, and there's all the variables that were put up there a while ago. I mean, you can put those back up. You know, just the course request is one thing you're talking about there is, you know, do we have enough there? Sometimes, you know, our projections and hiring teachers, and then we've been very accurate on our projections, though, so I'm not too concerned about that. We do have some special funded positions where we have additional money, but you have the master. I guess you go down to next to the last one, and you have master schedule complexities as far as pulling a master schedule together to accommodate all the teachers, and then, you know, providing the credit opportunities is one thing we have operated under over the past several years, is providing those credit opportunities. But again, we'll work on it. Just as we go through this, just remember that these different things affect the staffing, especially at the high school. It's not as complex at the junior high. It's not complex at all at the elementary level, but at the high school, I'm trying to think of something I can compare it to that's very difficult, but you know, anyway, we just got to all remember that we're going to give it our best shot and look at different things. You know, I think I like the idea, and we'll call Garland. Garland is a very comparable district for us, and they've been successful in the past in this area for a large school district. And in fact, I was talking to the superintendent this week about some different things, and but I think that's something I would benefit from, just to because I think they have more high schools than we do. They may have 8 high schools. Don't hold me to that, but those things impact it too. But I'm sure that Ms. Evans and Rhonda, y'all have got these notes down, right?
Yes, we have notes.
But we'll keep working at that, so good.
Mr. Hawk.
Thank you, President Barron. Thank you, Mr. McCall. I was actually commenting on some of the same things. I think Ms. Solons makes some really good points, Mr. Pompa, that I think listening to FFC last year, the concern was some of the very small classes. So if we can't put them in, and we understand this is not a college campus. You're not, hey, you've got to have this many students pay in tuition so that we can cover your salary. We know there's some sunk cost in teachers, but I think we offer a very broad spectrum of classes at the secondary level. My guess would be broader than some other districts of all the different foreign language classes that we offer, all the extracurricular, all the extra subjects that students can take. And I think some of that has to lay on the teacher to recruit students to be in your class. And if you don't meet, then you will be handling other duties that are still within your job. But I think all of our teachers could be very qualified subs during that time, that period, tutors. We could adjust schedules. We can do things to really accommodate and make those work for those teachers. But I think they'll also take a little more active role in making sure their classes are hitting those numbers and have the right students, which is, I think, the goal of what everyone's looking for. So thank you.
If we're going to look at Garland or any other district for class sizes, can we also bring back the expenditures they make per student so we can compare with what we spend? Because if a district has a lot more money than we do, then it sort of changes the whole ball game. Okay. Other board members? Thank you, Ms. Evans. I guess we're going to bring this back for a vote, or?
We need to have guidance on the 16th.
Okay.
We'll try to get this information pulled together and get it out to you as early as we can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And good morning.
I did notice a while ago that it wasn't 12 o'clock, Ms. Powell, and the air conditioning or the heat went off before 12 o'clock, okay? Either that clock's wrong or the AC or the HVAC is not timed right, so it was 2 minutes off.
That's it. All right, that brings us to the open forum for non-agenda items. 12 cards, right? No, I was just kidding. I did. E, consider interim financial report. Wasn't that part of consent? Yeah, that was consent. Okay. All right. No, there are no cards. Superintendent's report.
Well, since we've been here so long, I want to go ahead and do my superintendent's report and brag on a few people around here. Last Saturday night, I was out at Bowie High School for the academic decathlon competition, and the Arlington High Colts won it. And we go on to the state, and they got 28 individual medals and 3 team medals. Tanya Manis and Mandy Martin are the coaches, and that's February 23rd, 26th in Houston, and that is a 2-day, very difficult competition. And I was and Lamar got 3rd. They're not going to be able to go state but we had two schools in the top 3, and I got to put a lot of medals on a lot of kids as they came across the stage. Got another one coming up here on February the 9th. At the Martin Luther King step show in part of the extravaganza, I saw the Piercy Steppers, and they won 1st place, and they are absolutely fantastic. And they've been invited to perform on WFAA morning show, Good Morning Texas. and that will be on the air from 9 to 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 9th. And they are amazing. Also, Mrs. Casas and Spence and all the communication department created a video for parents about the new STAR accountability system. And you can view this video and other helpful information on our website. And that's up to date. And it's got a little short video telling parents, what things are going to be tested, how to study, and those types of things. And I'm real pleased with that work. And I just want to emphasize, last year the state legislature put us in a very difficult financial position with the cuts they made to the education funding. And I just want to say thank you to this board. And, y'all heard staff concerns, and y'all approved several changes to provide high school teachers additional support, and including hiring teaching assistants per campus and make copies and to perform other clerical duties, purchasing additional high-speed copiers, hiring 6 long-term subs as adjuncts to departments to provide educational support, provide substitute funding for high schools to allow teachers and departments to collaborate, plan, and review assessment data. And y'all took a big step in doing that. I think it emphasized to our community that y'all listen, and you knew it was a difficult year, and y'all showed the leadership, and I just want to say thank y'all, and I want to thank our teachers for their hard work this year. And it's been a difficult year, and but I'm very proud of them. And I'm very proud of the board for of what y'all have done over the past several months here in listening to the concerns. So just want to say that publicly, and so thank you.
Board member reports. Well, it must be late, huh? Mrs. Pena.
I went to several events where several of the board members were, and that's all I'll say for now because I'm too tired.
I'll do one. Last night at the last night at the University of Texas at Arlington, opening of the College Park Center was fabulous. The ladies team won the basketball game, and the men's team won their basketball game. It was a tremendous venue, and we are so happy to be taking our schools there for graduation this year. Nothing else? Mr. Secretary, what are we going to remember?
I don't know. The only thing I have is from our staffing formula discussion. I got 3 items. Please correct if this is incorrect. I've got campus staffing ratio / formulas for high-performing districts across the board, elementary, junior high, high school, including Garland, because that was specifically mentioned, including the expenditures per student. Another item addressing the under-enrollment scenario per MGT. Third, study subject-specific staffing as an alternative to the overall number of projected students enrolled formula. And that's for back next time. You have one more?
I have one more on the AEIS trends too,
Okay.
Where there was a downward trend to provide a state or
okay.
another metric line on the graphs.
Okay.
We are adjourned. We're not going into closed session. We're adjourned.